invite the members of the panel to come and take their seats at the head table. Good morning, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you are rested. Thank you for being with us since yesterday, and thanks for yesterday night's cocktail that allows us to establish closer, cordial links among our countries. It's good to have you back early today. There is an important theme when societies ask us to be more efficient, more transparent, to have public policies really dedicated to what people need and faster. And this is why we can use technology and digitalization now. It's important for employment, for education, and for all other sectors of public policy. So our first panel for today is about governance for digital transformation in the context of open government. We'll start with this second panel, moderated by Valeria Torres, Chief of the Public Management and Open Government Area of ILPES. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to introduce the members of the panel. Jairon Merchant, National Secretary of Planning of Ecuador, Edwin Rodriguez, Director of Digital Transformation of Government, the Government Office for Information and Communications Technologies of the Dominican Republic, Mr. Orlando Vega, Vice Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of Costa Rica, Mr. José Nostroza, Head of the Digital Government Division, Office of the Minister, Secretary General of the Office of the President of Chile, and Ms. Carol Roach, Under Secretary of the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the Bahamas, who will be present virtually. A few explanations before we start with the panel. The open government is a new paradigm of governance that needs participation and collaboration of the citizens, as well as participation of citizens in decision-making and formulation of public policies. This has allowed us to study the scope of open government, which is an essential tool. The advances in online services is of great public value for citizens and for government agencies, and continues to be one of the focal points of government strategies. There is no doubt that one of the main lessons learned is that we need adequate governance. There is not a single unique model of digital governance. And we have Alejandra Nasser here, one of the specialists in this area. It's a strategic governance with priorities, policies. We need a governance that follows laws, technical norms, knowledge. One of the key elements of digital governance, as shown in the last survey on electronic government, is that the efforts of the government have to actively involve in electronic consultation and other tools, because this so far is too limited in Latin America. In this panel, we hope to have a model of governance that's effective and that strengthens processes of transformation within the framework of an open government. And to start, we'll begin with a common question to all members of the panel for you to answer in 3 to 5 minutes each. How can the digital government evolve towards an intelligent government and support better and more efficient and effective decision-making regarding public policies? On behalf of the government of Ecuador, we are grateful for the opportunity to take part in this dialogue on models of governance that have to be more transparent, participatory, that respond to the needs of the population. As to the advances of open government and citizen participation in Ecuador, it's important to mention that the Constitution of the Republic in Article 85 guarantees the participation of people, communities, in the formulation, implementation, evaluation, and control of public policies and public services. Moreover, we have the law on citizen participation that establishes different mechanisms to make this participation possible at the plurinational National Assembly, the sectoral citizen groups, local assemblies, and others. Moreover, in Article 13 of the Organic Code of Planning of Public Finances, it said that within the framework of participatory planning, the central government establishes the mechanisms of citizen participation to formulate plans and policies. And finally, the organic law of transparency and access to public information seeks to give access to information as a mechanism to incentivize democratic participation and accountability to which all public officials are submitted. To strengthen this normative framework, Ecuador has its main planning instrument, that is the National Development Plan, currently called Plan to Create Opportunities 2021 to 2025, based on active participation of academia, local governments, representation of the private sector, civil society, and others. Within this plan, it's important to underscore that it's the first time in our country that a national planning tool establishes a specific goal of open government. It's Objective 15 to promote public ethics, transparency, and the fight against corruption. The achievement of this strengthens the commitment of Ecuador since it created the Alliance for Open Government in agreement with international standards and action plans to comply with the commitments. The core group of open government in Ecuador is formed by several institutions of the country and coordinates strategies to promote open government to action plans. It has also been a fundamental catalyst to create a legal framework that supports implementation of this process. In March 2021, Agreement number 35 was approved that declared the model of management called open government as a public policy in order to establish transparency and access to public information, integrity, accountability, and citizen participation. This has allowed us to prepare the field to implement open government as a model of governance through different actions with social actors, academia, and with the citizens at the heart of public policies. Thus, we have the first action plan for open government 2019-2022 among public officials, representatives of civil society, academia, and citizens in general. This plan had 10 commitments on 4 thematic areas: open data, development of capabilities for transparency, empowerment of citizens, and public innovation. The implementation of the commitment of this third plan strengthened the existing normative frameworks and created new legal tools for significant advances in participation, transparency, and accountability. This first plan ended in August 2022 and was complied with by 90% with open data portals in accessible format for the citizens to use this data. This was a commitment taken on by the National Planning Secretariat. Likewise, we created a platform for open contracts in Ecuador with different functions according to international standards to promote transparency, accountability, and participation in different processes of contracting. Later on, and thanks to international cooperation during the first quarter of 2022, we co-created the second plan of open government for 2022 to 24 that expands the vision of the first plan for an open and participatory state based on human rights, interculturality, environment, and gender, according to the Open Government Partnership. An open state is a big national challenge that led to the second action plan of open government that respects transparency and access to public information, integrity and accountability, citizen participation, collaboration and innovation, public and citizen information. This is the whole journey we have traveled in Ecuador to promote the implementation of an open government plan in Ecuador. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. At this panel, we have accompanied your efforts in Ecuador. Open data is certainly a great contribution to generate more access to open information, and that's evidence-based. We now invite the Vice Minister Orlando Vega, Vice Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of Costa Rica, to respond the same question on the evolution to open government in the support to a more effective, efficient and transparent decision-making. Minister, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning to all participants. We thank the organizer for inviting us to this panel to share with you what Costa Rica has done in terms of digital transformation of governance. In Costa Rica, this transformation has evolved in our different institutions in charge of this task. At present, we especially have the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation that is at the heart of this effort towards a digital government. How can we ensure access of people online to conduct their different formalities during working hours without having to physically go to public offices? This simplifies the whole process. In order to turn this into a reality within national development, the mindset and the culture have to change. We have to promote this new model of governance through collaboration and communication at 3 levels. That is the governance of the strategy, the governance of administration, and the governance for citizens. And we here thank ECLAC for their efforts of collaboration with us. This strategy of digital transformation aims at making the projects contribute to a national integral digital transformation for the benefit of all, because we should not only think of citizens who live in urban centers close to the capital city, but also those in more remote areas. Among the projects to point out, one of the main ones is for transparency to facilitate the fight against corruption, because technology allows for more traceability and thus has a direct impact on all formalities that the citizens need to have through one single point of access. For instance, to obtain a document without the digital transformation, this usually requires a lot of steps. So we need digital citizens, which reduces also costs. The cost of maintaining offices is reduced. Also, our carbon print is reduced. There are less emissions. Citizens don't have to be transported to public offices, and in general, different sectors benefit from this: private sector, academia, and others. And it also reduces the time in formalities to be more efficient.
And finally, we think that this is a process that is an element of which is constantly evolving and improving. In other words, what we're trying to do is to ensure that the public management is indeed to the benefit of the citizens and in national development. So strategies, we want to have documents that are adaptable to the needs, and we see it as if we have certain types of guidelines, the need for a process of public policies, and for public policies to be successful, they must be focused on evaluation, on the evaluation of results. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister. Very interesting what you have stated with respect to the opportunity that we have with digital transformation, not only to bring the citizen closer to the government, but it offers opportunities for strengthening public-private partnerships. Now I'd like to give the floor to Director Edwin Rodriguez from Optic. You have the floor, sir. Good morning to all. Thank you for the invitation to be here and participate in this important panel. I'd like at the outset to say that I think that digital transformation in government cannot only, but must create value in decision-taking to making decision-making process far more efficient and effective. Not only can it do it, but it must do it in these times. And one of the aspects that we have been working on in Arctic and in the government is that, naturally, we have to allow the government to be more transparent and open. As you're aware, technology facilitates the publication of data. So in this respect from Arctic, we have a rule and we have a technology and rules for open data. So in this aspect, we are conforming to the question and the whole idea of open government. We want to show information on public data, political policies, etc. And this, of course, promotes this. It redounds to our benefit because what it does, in fact, in the open government, it creates and promotes greater confidence and trust in the government. Another point that I think is very important at this point is the question of data strategy, the data strategy, as I say. We cannot have a good strategy without a good data strategy. Of course, we talk about intelligence, artificial intelligence, but we have to look first at the data strategy. So governments, smart governments, can use data analysis to identify trends, foresee problems, and to come up with public policies. We must have a process of advanced analysis that will allow us. We are having this process so that we will roll this out next year, and we're working towards this. But as I said, the data analysis is at the very center of any effort that we undertake today. Another important point is collaboration between institutions. And we have seen this at first hand with the Boca Casero program that we have in the Dominican Republic. And I think that interoperability is one of the pillars of a digital government. In fact, we cannot have digital government without interoperability. And I think that this interchange of data between institutions will ensure that we have better coordination between and amongst in government agencies. And as we say at the final analysis, we do not want the citizen to be a sort of messenger going from one institution, government institution, to the other. We want to be able to the citizen to go to and take all of the information from one sole point. Of course, with this whole question, it improves public service and simplifies the bureaucracy, it streamlines things. So we see that interoperability we have 23, for example, institutions working together, interoperating. We have programs where the citizens through the web can ask for information and can get in results and can get this information, digital information, very quickly. Another important point is resilience and crisis management. Technology and smart government can help responses to crisis. For example, in the Caribbean, of course, we have hurricanes every year. The system of early alert will benefit from a greater level of digitalization. And of course, it's important for economic development. Smart government can promote economic development through the creation of jobs in the technological sector and also in the increase of greater innovation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Director Rodriguez. And of course, that digital transformation goes hand in hand with innovation. It is also very important to link this with what was said in yesterday's panel discussion. It's important for looking at trends as they develop and foresight in planning. So now I give the floor to Mr. Jose Inostroso, Head of the Digital Government Division of the Office of the Minister Secretary General of the Office of the President of Chile. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Valeria. Good morning to all. I am going to note some concrete and practical elements that we have and some others that to which we aspire. We have three plans in general. We have three ways of working. We look at the impact as well as the basic services. And we, secondly, on a more strategic level, we also look at the question of participation and democracy. Now, with basic services, what we have seen something that is not necessarily the fact that the whole question of speed. We need to work with greater speed and with the use of technology in public administration, for example. We think that 30% of the time of government workers, spend their time in doing work which has very low value added. 80% consists of people waiting for a document to arrive so that they can process that document. And this cannot be accepted in today's world of rapid technology. We need to increase the speed of bureaucratic operations. The government of Chile a few years ago realized that it was necessary sometimes to have a few months for the processing of information. The citizen would have to go with their ID card, for example, and they would have to go to 50 or 20 databases and make their payment. So from the point of the traditional method, is where the public policies and public operations in the rural areas, for example, we can see that there is some changes now. We can see so activities, we can see a more concrete example now of the changes that have taken place is, for example, when a person has health problems and who has to be hospitalized, for example, when we look at cases of children, we now have health services where we can see with very great clarity the extent of health vulnerability of a given person. So we also have to have the transparency of data. Now, as far as governance is concerned, the question of government is far greater. We have a greater level of challenge, of course. We have to try to resolve basic problems. There is a problem of drug trafficking, criminality, and there are far more difficulties. But we have to look at fact that there is technology that is available to help us to efficiently solve these problems and to ensure democratic legitimacy, which has also been reduced in Latin America. In fact, we have to value, there is not enough value given to democracy as an important option. There is a great possibility, a great level of frustration of the citizens with the capacity of the governments to ensure democratic action. They are very specific questions, and we have traditional questions, for example, such as democracy. We need far more, a greater level of participation. I'm not saying that elections should be necessarily done with electronic votes, but of course, there's much that can be done with a digitalized system in elections. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, José.
Thank you very much, Jose. Of course, there are interesting developments with the use of digital technology in local government, and we have seen some examples in the region, but there's much to be done along these lines. And it is very important what you said, the need to have digital transformation that will allow us to deal with the future challenges so that we can respond adequately to what we have coming to us in the future. Thank you so much for your comments. So now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Carol Roach, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Economic Affairs.
We are now going to give the floor to Mrs. Carol Roach, Secretary of the Ministry of the Economic Affairs of the Bahamas. Mrs. Roach, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take this from a Caribbean perspective for this first question. Caribbean people are very vocal about public sector transparency and accountability and about efficiency and effectiveness. However, governments tend to interpret this as providing online services and adjusting legislation at the level of that service. The issue, most governments do not create public policies and services with a participation first or participation by design approach. It is usually a classic push approach of design, develop, deploy, ask. Well, maybe they do ask. Sometimes there is citizen or business community pushback, and if the pushback is hard enough, the policy or service returns to the design stage. But regrettably, it goes back through that classic push cycle. This is ineffective and inefficient and not economically favorable. It begs the question, do governments want open government? The answer is yes, of course they do. The principles make for good governance: transparency, integrity, accountability, inclusion, participation. The problem is making open government a priority and putting the principles into practice in a meaningful way. We need to find a way to get parliamentarians and the public sector to believe in open government, to believe that open government is the way to unleash the power of innovation through people, and to realize that the full economic potential of a country lies in open government because it recognizes people first. In the back of the minds of many, open is a threat, not an opportunity. So this leads us to a trust issue or a trust risk that needs to be resolved. How do we change this mindset? Open government is a new way of thinking, as Valeria said, but more importantly, it's a new way of behaving. It's a radical change. Is there enough education around this? Do we really understand? Do the citizenry understand? Do the public service understand? Don't get me wrong, governments get the digital government or smart government adds value. From online services, they can see that the value of convenience for the citizen, and as we heard just now, also environmental impact is improved with reduced digital footprint. And of course, there's transparency in the service. One customer receives the same process, and design as the other customer when you use online services. We can also see that there's improved cash flow through online payments, improved integrity of service, improved back office management, in terms of efficiency for process flow, reporting, and statistics. Yet, many countries have less than 50% of their services online. Why? I like to put the question, if a parliamentarian has to stand in parliament and had to choose between speaking on feeding their constituents or open government, which would it be? Invariably, the response is feed the constituents. You see, persons often miss direct correlation between the two. Having open government will lead to better feeding programs. How? Engage the people in developing the program, include them in decisions about themselves, ask for feedback, report the outcomes. Open government leads to resiliency, socially and economically, because the people take ownership. So how do we get there? How do we get digital government to the point of creating real public value and efficient and effective public management? The obvious answer would be to implement digital governance model designed to strengthen digital transformation processes. The digital governance should be based on open government principles. If you ask how many countries in the region have a digital transformation strategies, not many hands would go up. Yet many have embarked on digital transformation initiatives. A regulatory framework is a critical part of digital transformation. Again, if you ask, how many countries have an up-to-date regulatory framework or any type of e-government digital framework? Not many hands would go up. National capacity is a huge problem in this regard. Resources are limited and spread thin. This makes it hard to start up or to even keep up. The reality is that there are competing priorities for resources. Countries in our region have been severely hampered by hurricanes and the COVID pandemic. Change in this instance relies on the top. Elected government officials pass legislations and they make policies. Therefore, there has to be a strong political will galvanized and demanded by the people. I'm going to put forward a series of questions that need to have answers. How do we get ministers and heads of agencies to sit through meetings on digital governance and digital transformation? How do we get them to prioritize digital development and capacity building for the country as well as for themselves? How do we get them to allocate adequate resources and a reasonable and respectable budget? How do we get them to embrace multi-stakeholderism for inclusion, participation, and diversities? Sorry. If we can get, sorry, I've lost my spot. If we can get answers to these questions, then we're well on our way to open government and resilient countries within the region. Thank you, and I wait for questions and answers and further discussions.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Mrs.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Roach, for bringing to the fore the question of cultural change in education and what is needed to bring an effective use of open government. Now we will start the second round of questions, and more specific questions, and we're going to go back with Secretary Hiron Merchan, and we will have the opportunity to hear what we have heard about open governance so far in Ecuador. We had the opportunity of supporting the second plan in Ecuador, and what have been the challenges and the lessons learned for integrating the principle of open government, especially with respect to transparency and open information and accountability in the process of planning in Ecuador. Mr. Secretary, you have the floor, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Valeria. I'd like to thank ECLAC for the support that they have given us in our efforts to have an open government, as well as the support that is given has been given to the Secretary, the National Secretary Planning. As I said, we are committed to implementing our second government plan in Ecuador, and we put this to the citizens in March, and we have several commitments. We have therefore had divided these questions into 3 groups: initiative, transparency, participation of the citizens, as well as citizen collaboration. In the open government, we can look at the commitment taken by the function of the states, which is citizen participation and social control, which is a new function which was created very recently, which is to elect authorities for oversight. And this has assumed the commitment to strengthen citizen participation in ensuring accountability through the development of a citizen school, so that they should ensure participation of citizens in public management. Also, we are committed to having a technological solution to increase transparency, focusing on the 4th industrial revolution and industrial and open government. We try to strengthen the role of institutions, the control of entities. Also, the thematic group in transparency initiatives is also influenced by the commitment of the Ministry of Finance to ensure accessibility and citizen participation through the creation and implementation of a roadmap which into keeping with international standards, and having open data, as well as the design and development of a portal for budgetary transparency, including spaces for participation with respect to the national budget. We also have, with respect to tax collection, we have the co-creation and implementation of a roadmap based on international standards to strengthen integrity, transparency, and greater levels of openness in tax questions in Ecuador. Finally, the thematic group for participation and collaboration of the citizens showed the importance of public hiring, in the public of hiring, to have greater transparency. We have measurable measures to ensure a change of paradigm in public hiring, in keeping with the National Pact for integrity in public hiring. And this is focused for the prevention of corruption and optimizing the values of public monies, and setting up of free market based on free competition. There are other challenges with respect to the question of open government in the planning process carried in Ecuador. Among these is to ensure the consolidation of a model of open state, where all the functions of the state are in keeping with the principles of open government, to ensure the effectiveness of public policies which may contribute to resolve the various problems. Access to funding is seen as another important challenge, and to ensure the participation must have the necessary funding to guarantee effective functioning. We have a law that guarantees the mechanism of participation, and sometimes it is important to note that some implementation can be made difficult because of the lack of funding. We have to thank Germany for the cooperation that has been given in helping us to increase the open data system. We also like to having long-term planning, and it's important to have consensual public policies. Long-term planning it's in favor of the major national policies and objectives. We will need to have a roadmap, and this is part of a national pact to give legitimacy, in which it had to involve all of the social actors with the mechanisms for monitoring, evaluation, and accountability. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for sharing with us the progress that you have made with your focus for open government and planning. And of course, this is facilitated by the digital transformation. Of course, there are challenges, and solutions to these challenges will also help us to look to see, give us guidelines for what to do in the future. Now we will give the floor to Mr. Orlando Vegas. Do you think that having a model for digital government will allow the stakeholders to ensure the implementation of strategies and programs of a digital government more possible? Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this is a very good problem, especially when we look at people who are involved in public policies, to see how we can integrate and ensure that the citizens can participate in the process of digital governance. When we look at this multi-stakeholder structure and the model of governance that we see in the strategy for digital transformation, what we try to do is to ensure optimization of resources, as well as to ensure that results are as positive as possible. Now, with respect to strategic governance, we have to ensure the coordination and articulation of all sectors and institutions that are seeking to identify value components, and the results of this search are shared, and we try to share and the attributes so that we can attribute resources and have comparative plans and compare the results. We think that this is one of the major focuses of our government. Second level has to do with governance and the process of identifying those laws and technical norms, methodologies and rules that will help us to define and design and implement the various solutions. So we seek to establish actions that can be realized over time, in keeping with the regulations that we have in the country, and which can promote the transformation that we seek as a cross-cutting pillar to ensure digital transformation in the Ministry of Science and Innovation, as well as technology and technology that has the leadership in this process.
And lastly, the implementing governance to implement solutions of innovation and digital transformation in the components of the process with an enabling information. We have insisted a lot on this. Of course, the publication of strategies and different public policy instruments are a good beginning, but it's also a major challenge. In the case of Costa Rica, we need to know how to implement this within our strategies to allow the articulation of platforms with specialized technological tools to contract, for instance, applications to third parties, always according to the recommendations ECLAC has made to us. We have a national agency for digital government that gives us advice on, this is a body that gives us advice within the ministry. This model in 3 levels facilitates synergies among the different institutions and allows to advance with multiple projects to give benefits to the citizens from digital government. And part of the challenges we have is how to build state policies and not just government policies, because one of the main challenges is that the constitutional mandates are too short. So we managed to establish general guidelines and things are clear for the persons in the administration, but you need to ensure continuity within the institutions in order to turn the different government programs into realities. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. Thank you for sharing with us the governance model that's being implemented in Costa Rica, and to underline the importance of interinstitutional coordination in order to work in coordinated fashion for the benefit of citizens. After listening to these comments and your comment on a state policy, I now give the floor to Mr. Edwin Rodriguez on the vision of the Dominican Republic for year 2030 that demands a digital transformation process that involves not only the institutions of the state, but envisages a new model of development for the country to face the main problems of Dominican society in the economic, social, and environmental sector. Mr. Rodriguez, how do you see the role of digital governance to comply with this long-term vision? Thank you. At Optics, we think that the vision of the Dominican Republic for 2030 implies a process of digital transformation, not only of the government, but of the whole country. And although it's an ambitious objective, it is a necessary one to face the challenges and opportunities of the Dominican Republic in the institutional, social, economic, and environmental fields. As you know, our Digital Agenda 2030 in the Dominican Republic has as main objectives governance, the normative framework, connectivity, and access. The digital government, education, training, digital capabilities, digital economy, cybersecurity, and innovation. All these objectives aim at promoting an open, digital, and inclusive participatory society based on rights for a sustainable economic and social development of the country. In this regard, digital governance plays a crucial role in the achievement of this vision of the nation by 2030, as it implies the implementation of strategies to digitally transform the state and society as a whole. Some of the forms of governance that could contribute to this and on which we are working is obviously the development of normative frameworks and policies. Our law on cybersecurity, we are working on it. Recently, we completed our digital strategy. We're working on these very important parts for digital governance. Another important point already mentioned is collaboration and coordination among government institutions. But here we also include civil society. This is essential to approach the problems in integral fashion and have effective digital transformation strategies. Another important point, obviously, is to improve the efficiency and efficacy of the state through the implementation of digital technologies I've already mentioned our objective of zero bureaucracy. That's a matter of interoperability and simplicity, more simplicity to give more satisfaction to our citizens. It has already been said that it's extremely important that digital transformation promotes the development of digital capabilities in the population so that the citizens make a productive use of technology and participate actively in digital economy. And finally, to improve transparency and citizen participation. We know it's difficult, especially because of the digital gap we have. We need participation of citizens. We need to find platforms where citizens really take part in the digital government. And to finalize, a very important point, digital governance has to create an adequate environment for innovation and entrepreneurship to facilitate new technological instruments, to invest in research and development. All these are key engines for economic development. And I still want to add, last but not least, social inclusion, especially in our country. As you know, this digital governance has to guarantee that nobody is left behind. In this process of transformation, we need to include rural, remote populations into today's technology. Thank you very much, Mr. Director Rodriguez, for underlying that no one should be left behind in a very unequal region. That's a fundamental topic when we speak of digital citizenship. And let's now listen to Mr. José Inostroza. Our question is the law on digital transformation of the state came into force in July 2022 to turn digital requests into a norm in your country based on interoperability for a better integration into public entities. What's the best strategy for Chile to be able to deliver completely integrated online services to its citizens? Thank you very much, Valeria. The challenge for us is a legal reform to the basic law on public administration and administrative procedures. All procedures have to be based on an electronic system. It's not just an improvement of general efficiency, but it refers directly to interaction between the citizens and government and the 1,200 public entities we have in Chile. In my opinion, we have 11 challenges very quickly. First, the strategic vision. The strategic vision is not sufficient as yet to give this opportunity and to give more impulse to this strategy, because digitalization is still too secondary in the opinion. In certain areas, we are still in the 90s. Another challenge is strategic governance. The culture of planning is not very strong in our country. Our planning is mostly based on the budget, and we have a very decentralized country. We are not used to have a global strategy that covers everything, which has its advantages and disadvantages, but apparently more disadvantages, because digital transformation implies to have integrated platforms. Yesterday, the government of Chile presented a draft bill to transfer digital governance from the Ministry of the Presidency to the Ministry of Finance, as already occurs in many countries in the world. This is linked, of course, to the capacity to maintain good platforms and shared services. It depends on a lot of things. In Chile, the problem is not so much financing, but to have talent, digital talent. There is a scarcity of digital talent that is being recruited from all over the world. And also in the procurement processes, we need digital technology, and up to now, our law on procurement is not adapted to digital transformation. Another challenge is the regulatory challenge, because we need to issue technical norms and standards. We only have a law and a supreme decree by the president, but that's not sufficient. We have also gigantic technical challenges. We have a single passkey for the whole population. We need to integrate other solutions. We also need a broader integration of platforms and the different websites of the government. That's a major challenge, and it goes back to the decentralized culture and mindset I mentioned earlier. The state so far does not have a central data facility. We still only have the cloud, and this data in the cloud has to be managed well. So there is a problem of cybersecurity. And then the basis of everything are the municipalities. We have 145 municipalities that are too small, and the major challenge is the mindset, the mentality. People still cling to a paper culture. That's a difficulty. And the state is organized in silos, in isolated columns. So we need an entirely different model to make our digital government work. Thank you very much for mentioning all these challenges that are certainly shared by many countries in the region, and for underscoring the importance of taking the strategy of digital transformation to the level of modernization of the state at all levels. We now give the floor again to Madam Carol Roach. Carol, the question for you is: the results of the global survey of the United Nations on electronic government shows that Bahamas is highly ranked, and on technological and information strategies. What steps have you taken to reach such a high rank, and what are the next steps over the short term? And can you share some lessons that you have learned with other Caribbean countries in terms of strategies to accelerate e-government? Ms. Roach, you have the floor.
We can't hear you. I think you're mute.
Your microphone is off, Ms.
Yes,
Roach.
thank you. Sorry.
Okay, now please
Yes,
go ahead.
thank you very much. Yes, we're very proud that we've moved up 7 points or ranks in the e-government survey. We're #1 in the Caribbean. So just to get straight to it, for time's sake, I'll just go through some of the indexes. So the best view is to look at the actual online service index, where in actuality we decreased by 0.06 points from 2020. However, we have a very strong institutional framework. We have a project unit dedicated to the digital transformation, and they have the support of the central government ICT department. We have draft legislation for cybersecurity, digital ID, and the formation of the Ministry of Information, Technology, and Innovation. There's also proposed amendments for our Data Protection and Privacy Act. Both the cybersecurity and the digital ID initiatives are very much multi-stakeholder engagement. And I think that's why we've been able to have a steady pace with getting these through. The cybersecurity strategy has been is in its final stages, and we're very proud of that. Service provision is another indicator in this category. We're very proud of our gateway. It's called My Gateway, and it boasts over 90 services, and we have over 160,000 persons registered. And for a country of only 386,000 plus, that's pretty good. COVID-19 caused a boost in services and online registration. But the success of the My Gateway has been their strong public awareness and education team. They constantly promote government services. They go into the malls, they go into different communities, and they promote and they encourage persons. The other success story to this is that they have a change management process. Every service that is launched comes with change management, and this is really critical. You know, as we heard earlier on, persons in the public service or even in the citizenry want to move back to the old ways. So it's important to push change management. Because people don't like to change. They're comfortable in the old ways. So this is critical. So 2 critical things here for success are public awareness and education and change management. We've always had a high ranking for our content provision. What we've found now, though, and what we encourage is that a lot of the agencies have taken their information to Facebook, LinkedIn, and to Twitter. So using social media has been a plus with regards to getting information out to the public, as well as receiving feedback, because these are social media type accounts where persons can express themselves. Technology spending has improved. It's not exactly where it should be, but the government is putting huge investment into technology, into our data center. We have a private data center. It's managed by a very good company. We've put a lot into our e-government interoperability platform. Interoperability is key. You just can't launch one service when that one service has so many other prerequisites behind it. So you have to get the agencies all together in order to come up with a solution that's more citizen-oriented to help them not have to run from here, there, and everywhere. You have one service, multiple requirements from departments. It's all done in one location. We went with a technology-first approach, strategy-wise. adopting and adapting Estonia's technology model. After all, they are number one. The model was scaled to be a best fit for us, and that's very important, especially for small island developing countries. You want to be able to scale a solution to you. You don't want to take a huge solution from a country and try to fit it into your budget and into the resources that you have. As we indicated earlier, the e-participation is basically what has dragged down the overall. Dominican Republic is the highest in the region at 0.45 and Bahamas at 0.4. So consultation inclusion is not a first thought, as I indicated earlier on. This often makes it makes the Bahamas less competitive because people tend to go to other jurisdictions because they have choices. There are other jurisdictions that provide services that are more designed to their user satisfaction. However, as indicated before, we have two initiatives that really champions the participation and inclusion, and that's our cybersecurity and digital ID initiatives. Telecommunications infrastructure has contributed most to our EDGI. We have a very high mobile cellular subscription and active mobile broadband subscription, and internet users are very high. And we found that this was very useful during the time of COVID. People use their mobile devices to access services that were launched, especially the social safety net ones. The Bahamas recognizes that, though, to accelerate its digital initiative, we need to formulate a digital development strategy that is based on a national development plan. It doesn't only take government, it takes government, private sector, civil society to make the whole thing work. So you need a national development plan first, and then you build your digital development strategy on it. And that's the approach that we will be using. And these will use a multi-stakeholder collaborative approach to formulate. However, I will end where I started. How do we get ministers and heads of agencies to sit through these digital government initiatives and digital transformation? How do we get them to prioritize digital development and capacity building? It's great to have these things on paper. We have one or two agencies trying hard to pound the pavement to get things going, but we need the top level, the executives, to really have buy-in to be the champions for digital transformation and open government. The question, how do we get them to allocate adequate resources and a reasonable respectful budget? How do we get them to embrace multi-stakeholderism for inclusion, participation, and diversity? And how do we improve that trust? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Roach, and thanks to all members of the panel on such relevant topics. It's not only a matter of technology, it's also a commitment at the highest level. The point is also to have the capabilities and to operate a cultural change so that all state officials understand what is involved in a digital transformation. We still have some time for questions from the audience, from the delegates. You all have the floor for possible questions or comments to members of the panel. Please raise your hands or your nameplates. One from the chair. Could you raise your plate, please? All right, thank you. So let's take a question from the Dominican Republic. Next, the chair. Yes, good morning. I congratulate the members of the panel. I'd like to know the pros and cons of the location within the state for digital transformation, particularly why in Chile did you decide to move this to the Ministry of Finance? What's the problem with the location? Thank you for this question. The chair has a question. Yes, the gentleman who just spoke took away one of my questions, but I have another one. For Ecuador, one of the themes in transformation is like a transformation of production. People will lose their functions. For instance, at the universities, young people no longer have to go and pick up records or documents, but that means that a lot of people lose their jobs. How do you handle that? How do you manage the change in production? Because people lose their jobs with digital transformation. And another question to the Dominican Republic, sometimes the systems are thought for in-person operations, such as assessment of quality of services. Until a few years ago, we used to have assessments where a person would physically go to offices and interview people. But now, for instance, at the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, 80% of services are provided digitally. How do you measure quality in digital services? The few in-person operations are too few to be assessed. How do you make this transfer? And a question for Costa Rica. How do you articulate all this? We have many people in the room of many Dominican entities. We have to work with all of them, articulate with all of them. Digital transformation may be very easy to understand for specialists, but for those of us, even us planners, it's not as easy to perceive. So when you plan and when you articulate, often people who work in digital transformation use their own jargon, and the message doesn't always pass. It's how to move towards telemedicine, tele-education, tele-schools. ITCs should respond to my problems of public policies, but it might end up as a club of people who know about ICT, how to go beyond specialists so that the digital agenda really involves everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for these questions. I would like to call on the panelists. Perhaps briefly, each one can take 2 minutes to respond to these questions that have been asked. So we'll start with Secretary Merchan. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much. From our experience, I can say that our obligation as public servants is to, and our priority is to give good quality public services to our citizens. And the initiative of the open government and our experience in this has been a priority for the government and the president's office has set up a sub-secretariat to be in charge of this, and it is implemented through the National Secretariat for Planning, and the Secretariat is a cross-cutting entity throughout to the states, and from that institution we follow up all of the institutions of the executive as well as all of the other functions of state. So with this, through the public's office, the president's office, we can have all of the information handed us to us. The question is, sometimes public officers do not like to give over information, but through the president's office, we have been able to strengthen this open government and open data. All of these institutions have to hand over their databases so that we can have analysis. The press, of course, is very avidly seeks information in order to evaluate public policies. And this is what I can say at this point. Thank you. Thank you. I now give the floor to the Vice Minister Vega. Thank you very much. I think that one of the main challenges is how we can generate trust. Of course, trust is a value that we have to transmit when we are seeking various solutions, because we can transmit the idea that the process is going to be clear, it is going to be more efficient. We see very often that public workers say do not have enough time to do all of the work that they are required to do, and because they're asked to keep adding the functions and the duties that are conferred on them. So we have a process. We want to ensure that the process is as simplified as possible, as streamlined as possible, so that we can generate the trust that we need to have. We cannot have a too aggressive approach. So we have to have this coordination and articulation process. We have to try to interpret the needs of the various institutions and the needs of the citizens, and see how the process of articulation and coordination can be most effective, and so that everyone can speak the same language. So this process of transition to trying to increase the level of trust, I think that is the most important, and that is the route that we have chosen, so that we can give better public services. And to do so, we have to try to understand and adequately translate the needs of the people that we serve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister, Director Rodriguez, you have the floor. With respect to the measuring the services digitally, and it is a challenge to measure, to have this measured. In Octave, we are responsible for the index for the maturity of the technology, of the level of technology. There are several aspects. Firstly, we measured to see whether the service is correctly given. We have to have an anonymous form where we can go into the portals and see whether the services actually function in the way it was designed, for the purposes that it was designed. And we have to also measure the citizen satisfaction. We are trying to work on this. Chile has made great progress on this, as we just heard. So now we we're working, and we very soon each citizen will have as one sole account, and through this we can send survey to the mail of the citizen, and through this we can measure and have a score. see the client score, for example, on the basis of 4 or 5 questions. And the last question is to see whether or not they would recommend the service to someone else. And after that, we would measure the score to determine the quality of the service. But before this, we have to have the single account of each citizen. And with this single account, we will be able to send this survey online to all of the citizens. Thank you very much, Director Rodriguez. Mr. Inostroza, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Valeria. With respect to this, I think that is quite a complex problem. Each country tries, of course, to ensure a greater level of institutionality. Of course, this has to do with the capacity of each country. I think there are 2 major models for institutionality. There is a trend in many countries to extend the scope towards a digital society, a digital economy. For example, Spain has a subsecretariat, one for telecommunications, digital economy, digital government, etc. So this focus, which is extremely demanding, it has an advantage that it can be integrated and create a major ecosystem. In our case, we are not so advanced in this. What we're trying to do is modernize our state. And we have other ministries that make their contribution to the digital economy and to interoperability. There's no manual solution. There's no manual for solutions. I think that there are many challenges involved in the digital economy. Of course, means that we have to have greater capacity to comply with the objective. With respect to the question of the Ministry of Finance in Chile, we have services of public hiring, budgeting, public innovation, and our idea is that we have there a space where we can have greater synergy with the rest of the arms of the government. As far as citizen satisfaction is concerned, I think that it's important for us to develop this with various instruments, use of various instruments. For example, we have a centralized electronic survey, and which will allow us using these instruments to compare the situations. Unfortunately, we are seeing that people are more satisfied with face-to-face services and digital services. This is an very important detail, because we have highly digitalized service, but the greatest challenge is to have very high quality digital services. We see that the world is making quick strides forward with the whole question of digitalization. So I think that we have to update our services and try to make them as highly centralized and as highly of the highest quality as possible. My colleague Edwin was mentioning, of course, that there are direct surveys that one can use with a single key and with a single account, for example, for each citizen, of course. There are some people who would be more willing to answer these questions or answer these surveys than others. Now, with respect to the question of the concentration of technological profiles and dialogue, I think this is a great challenge and a problem that we have in many countries. We can have a holistic and strategic vision, but there are many people there are some people who may not be very inclined to, or not used or inclined to respond to these highly technical questions, and we're easily bored. So I think this is a major challenge. Thank you, Mr. Inostroza. We can have 2 more questions from delegates. The question of Chile, the fact, well, the Ministry of Finance in Chile is responsible for planning, isn't it? Ministry of Finance in Chile manages financial resources. Of course, we have a draft to move this digitalization to Ministry of Finance. It's not a question simply of resources, but it has to do with technical know-how, because ministry is dealing with the public management and the cross-cutting aspect of all public management questions. Uruguay has the floor. Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate all of these presentations, and I'd just like to share with you some of the experiences that we've had and echo the concerns expressed by the President. I think that all of our countries are working at different levels, and one of the great reforms that we have with respect to management, digital management, is a transformation of state. We have seen state transformation. We have seen there has been resistance on the part of those people who can be potentially or directly affected, or those who are not really affected. But we see their bureaucracies resist the question of transformation. So one of the major challenges that was also referred to by the delegate of Chile is to look at this real problem, the technical aspect. For technical aspect, we can find solutions, but as far as policies are concerned, there are rights concerned, and when rights are affected, we have to be more careful. And this is one of the challenges that we have also seen in Uruguay. And there's some drafts that we have predicted that have been rejected in Parliament, and that is a major challenge. And what is one we have in other countries, and that is a training of human resources on questions and technical questions of digitalization and transformation. I do not have enough information to talk on the digital part, but these are the challenges that we have in general. So Jamaica has the floor at this point. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank all the panelists for wonderful presentations. I'm not sure if Carol Roach is a question for Carol in the Bahamas, if she's still online. So congratulations, Carol, to the Bahamas for leading the Caribbean on digital transformation. As my colleague from Uruguay said, and the president, the chairman, that there can be resistance. You've highlighted the need to secure buy-in and cooperation from the very top and the high levels in terms of the ministerial level. Who, in every change management process, you would typically have champions. Who in the Bahamian context championed the process to get you to this point? Who were your champions to drive that process of transformation to this point if the top level hasn't been fully engaged? And secondly, I notice you say your data center is private, is outsourced by the private sector, and you say it's a good company. How do you treat with digital talent, as one of our panelists mentioned, the challenge of digital talent in the public sector? How have you treated with that, or is it fully outsourced to engage the brightest minds?
Muchas gracias. Vamos a dar la
Thank
palabra
you.
entonces.
Very good questions. With regards to champion, when we first started our digital journey with a IDB project, we had a minister who was very involved, and a permanent secretary, I should say, and they really got the ball rolling with regards to the project. And that momentum, because we got the momentum going with a project unit that was dedicated to it, and we have the support of the central ICT agency, the momentum has continued. So when I talk about getting that top level, you have to get the executives in on it from the beginning in order to give it a good push so that the momentum continues. And as with many countries, when you have changes in in administration, sometimes there's the issue. I think with Ecuador, their ability to legislate a lot of things probably made it more efficient to continue. One of the things the Bahamas plans to do is to create a ministry level, and this is something that the co-chair was looking at with regards to where do you put it. I think you need more autonomy with ICT agencies so that they can manage their budgets, they can manage their projects more closely. I forgot what I didn't write down the second question. Sorry, what was the second question?
On retaining and attracting talent in the public sector.
Yeah, it is a big problem. So we own our data center, but it is actually managed by a private company. What we found is that with government, it's hard to retain talent because of salaries. Bottom line, you can't retain good experts at the salaries that we offer. So we found that we've had to change the role of the internal staff to be more managers or persons that do performance checks on our data center managers to ensure that the service levels agreements are being met, that performance indicators are being met as well, or adjusted, because sometimes they may have been set at a too low a level, too high a level. So each country really needs to look at what's best fit for them. We have started, we do put a lot of budget into training for our in-house staff so that they can better manage or keep track of what the private companies doing. But we don't run a 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 days a year type of shop. So we found that it's easier to outsource the management of the data center. But at the same time, we're cognizant that we have to keep our in-house staff current and trained. I hope that helps.
Muchas gracias, Permanent Secretary. Muchas gracias a todos los panelistas.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all of the panelists. And before we finish, I'd just like to invite my colleague Alejandra Nasset, and a specialist in digital government of ILPES, a clerk, to talk about research that we have had to strengthen and to build the capacity of public officers and public officials in the region, and this way to contribute to this cultural change that we need for the implementation of digital transformation. And I'll give the floor to her. Thank you so much. Thank you, Valeria. Good morning to all. As we have seen in the previous work program of ILPES, we have a special side for open government. And during this period, we have tried to have a resource of informational resource, a sort of a guide on digital government and its development into open government. And I think one of the most valuable points of this guide is that the information is systematized and produced, and it's part of the work that we have done with the countries in various modalities, through technical assistance, through the applied investigation and research. Of course, you can see the guide. We talk about the digital government, the component of digital government, and I think that these, for example, we have electronic boxes, for example, and then the whole question of interoperability. And of course, all of this is in this guide. The whole question of digital governance that we are proposing for the countries of the region can also be found in this research guide. Of course, there are new things. There are training courses that we are developing every year. Of course, we also have the seminars and workshops. We also have the UN survey on electronic questions, and we have a complete analysis. So we'd like to invite you to use this guide. And here you'll see that you can see a card. You can have access to this guide. We can see everything, information, the work teams, not only digital questions, but all information on the strategic efforts of the countries to make the transition to a smart government. Of course, this is far more important today than ever, so we'll leave this guide to you so that you can review it. Of course, it's collaborative in nature. To those who want to send information from those countries, for example, about their practices, good practices, please send it to us, because we'll be very happy to include it, because it is a research guide for the whole region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alejandra. I'd like to thank the distinguished panelists for this very interesting discussion. And I now give the floor to Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Valeria. And thank you to all panelists. And I'd just like to say one of the major themes that we've been discussing, the question is having coordination and coordination of all our policies, among other themes. I would like to invite all of the institutions of the states. I didn't mention the people that are here. We have people from the Ministry of Women, we have the Ministry of Labor, we have the Ministry of the Technique of Higher Education, among others, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Public Health, National Health Service, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Defense, the Army of the Dominican Republic, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of the Youth, Ministry of Education of the Dominican Republic, among so many other ministries that are represented here. We are not youth. You are the ones that implement all of the money from the budget. You are the ones. We cannot have planning without a budget. We cannot have a budget without planning. We cannot have planning without budget. And so thank you all for being here. I would also like to thank you and the PFA, OECD, as well as the sector, the public sector and private sectors that are also represented here. We'll also have the president of Young Entrepreneurs who are also here. So I'd like to thank you all for your presence. And now we'll be having the coffee break. We'll come back at 11:15 sharp. Thank you so much.
Llamamos nuevamente, por favor, a retomar.
Once again, please, dear delegates, take your seats.
Bien, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon or good morning. Our chair authorized us to start with this panel number 3 before lunch on national policies for territorial development, recent experience in Latin America and the Caribbean. At this panel, we have 4 distinguished representatives of the Dominican Republic, Mr. Domingo Matias, Vice Minister for Land Use Planning and Regional Development in the Ministry of Economy, Planning and Development of the Dominican Republic. Thank you for being here. Ms. Juliana de Abreu Correa, Director of the Department of Information Management, Monitoring and Evaluation of Regional Development and Land Use Planning Policies of the Ministry of Integration and Regional Development of Brazil. Thank you, Juliana. Next, Juan Pablo Sandoval, Technical Subdirector for Land Use Planning of the National Planning Department, DNP of Colombia. Thank you for being with us, Juan Pablo. And Don Jose Agustin Espino, Director of Territorial Development in the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Panama. With these 4 representatives, we'll have a conversation on territorial matters based on their own experiences. They're going to share with us recent experiences from their countries, and moreover, we'll have the experience of some other members of delegations present today. This is a brief introduction before we start with the questions. The problem of the territorial dimension of development in Latin America goes back many years. The inequalities in our region are linked to deep structural aspects of the development of our countries. ECLAC has been studying them for many years. In summary, there are 2 major issues. First, spatial concentration in our countries of Latin America. It's one of the highest in the world in relative terms. Demographic and economic concentration in a few locations of our countries. And secondly, the acute differences and gaps in terms of socioeconomic opportunities on the territories of our countries. And although ECLAC for some time has been monitoring the theme of inequality, we have observed that there is a slight decrease in inequalities since the early years 2000, but this reduction was stopped just before the pandemic, and the pandemic has made them worse in several countries. So this is a very complex problem within a context of multiple crises and consequently requires different approaches that are very complex to articulate all the aspects. And this occurs at all different levels of the state. This is the context of for this panel 3. Our conversation will be based on 3 questions put to the members. First question, please give us a brief description of the inequalities in your countries, their main expressions, their main repercussions, that is the inequalities occurring in your countries. I start to my left with the Vice Minister. Thank you very much. Good morning, Luis. Thank you for inviting me, both Luises, Luis Madeira and the current chair. The Dominican Republic is one of the countries in Latin America who are a reference in economic terms. For more than 50 years, we have been growing. On average, between 2015 and 2022, the GDP, our GDP, has on average increased by 4% from one year to another, between 4 and 8%. This growth is exceptional in the region. It has a lot to do with the production, the system of production in our region. Many of you will know Punta Cana, the resort area, even more than the rest of the country. Some even think Punta Cana is an independent republic in the Caribbean, while the region of Yuma, of the Yuma River, the region around Punta Cana has a high growth rate. The same is true for the Cibao region, the central region in the Dominican Republic, also with a high growth rate thanks to its agriculture and livestock production. It's a type 1 agricultural production. The Yuma region has a 6.9% of contribution to the GDP, the gross GDP growth at national level. We have 10 regions with different kinds of production systems. However, the Ozama River region where we are, where the National District and the capital of Santo Domingo are located, and the surrounding province of Santo Domingo that concentrates more than 35% of the population, has a growth rate similar to that of the northern Cibao region. Now, this growth of the Ozama region of the capital city is thanks to the growth of capital, of urban capital and urban expansion. We have a tremendous expansion of urban centers in the Dominican Republic with an urbanization rate of more than 83 to 85%. This is a record in Latin America. This urban expansion, well, there has been growth, but there are many inequalities going with this among the territories and within this territory. So this kind of growth is not necessarily sustainable as far as climate change and the environment are concerned. Natural heritage, agricultural heritage have been devastated. There is also problem of irrigation in the Cibao region because of the expansion of urban growth. So, of course, growth reduces poverty, but at the same time, it can increase in territorial inequalities, which constitutes a major challenge for the Dominican Republic. There is also quite a lot of gender violence, according to indicators of the last 5 years, very high percent, 60%, and about 70% of children between 1 and 14 years of age have been affected by different kinds of domestic violence. And then there is also inequality in access to well-being and welfare for LGBT plus groups. So it's a problem of rights for sexual minorities. It's important that we don't forget this. The Dominican Republic is among the 5 countries of Latin America with the highest rate of vulnerability to climate change. Consequently, economic growth will have to benefit from policies that ensure human development, and there the participation of citizens is essential. They need to take part in the definition of public policies, which is on the agenda of the Dominican government. And in later answers to questions, we can tell you what we are doing in the Dominican Republic.
Well, each participant will have about 5 or 6 minutes to make their presentation. We'll continue with Juliana to give us a brief idea of the situation in Brazil. Thank you so much, Luis. I'd also like to thank ILPES for the invitation to sit on this planning. I'd also like to greet all of the members of ILPES. Now, with respect to our regional policies, which we call PNDR, we try to promote the economic development of areas that are facing many difficulties, including the questions of social inequalities. From the social point of view, what is important for our agents or entity is to look into the great problems of poverty and inequality. When we see, for example, stagnation in economic activity, as well as a low level of capacity as a low level also of quality public services. We consider variables such as the per capita income, as well as the per capita indices for growth. We see that 19%, almost 90% of the municipalities in Brazil are considered low income and do not have major economic activity. 21% have high income and high economic indices. Of course, this level of inequality has consequences for the economy and for the society. And in keeping with our conference on regional development on 2012, there are 3 major aspects that have to be dealt with in our policies. those people who are born in the less dynamic areas have difficulties for personal and educational and cultural growth because of the lack of opportunity. Inequality leads to displacement of the population to the more dynamic areas, and this further exacerbates the situation of people moving to urban areas with the consequences of violence and further poverty. We have production could contribute to greater equality and greater productivity of the country and greater income and well-being. These difficulties have made that we have focused on the question of land use planning, and the objective of the convergence of incomes is to make sure that those regions that are below 50% of the national income should be helped so that we can promote the quality of life in these areas. And we should set up a network of more equal cities. We also to have economic diversification and to have strategies for regional development, taking into account criteria such as generation of income and sustainability. We also try to stimulate the increase of productivity and competitiveness at the regional level, especially in regions where the populations are faced with high levels of immigration. Recently, we had the questions of climate change and the sustainability, environmental sustainability. This is a great challenge for the most fragile zones and the people who are living in these areas. And we have felt these factors with greater intensity, greater severity. We therefore have to have the corresponding policies to correct them. Thank you so much. Thank you, Julian. Of course, the questions that have been raised by our first two panelists, the question of rapid urbanization, especially post-COVID. And these are having characteristics quite different from before COVID. We have the question of urbanization with expansion of migration and new developments. So Juan Pablo from Colombia, perhaps you could give us comments on the question of inequality in this country. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank ILPES for inviting me to take part in this panel, and I'd like to talk a little about the question of the causes and consequences of inequality and regional inequality, specifically in the case of Colombia. I think it is important for us to look at something that was mentioned yesterday in the panel on youth, and that is the social unrest in Colombia, which took place a few years ago, because this is a very concrete manifestation of the consequences of inequality. And of course, this social unrest has as its basis a very strong, a very radical change that we have had in Colombia. For the first time in Colombia, we have a government which is progressive in nature, and for the first in the history of Colombia, we have had a change in the political terms. And I think this has also happened in other countries of Latin America, but in Colombia, it is the first time that we're having this type of progressive government. So this is an important change because this consolidates the democratic nature of our republic. And we can see that there are many changes and there are possibilities for change. Now, this social unrest, which, as someone mentioned in the youth panel yesterday, it was before and in the middle of the pandemic. And we see that there is a component to this, or one of the causes of it is that the model, a political, social and economic model that we have had, so that up to that point was no longer valid. It was a model that was oriented towards market dynamics. And in the case of Colombia, the consequence of this was that we had a deepening of inequality, a sort of logic that led to greater inequality and a stratification of the society. Colombia had become it's a country. We do not have enormous reserves of oil, for example, or mineral resources. So we have a process of desindustrialization, and all of these factors, these have led to a process of concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, and the regional inequalities in general, and inequalities within the region. Of course, we have indicators in the sectors of exclusion and levels of precarity. And of course, this model of development was no longer sustainable. And of course, this has led to great levels of indignation, social unrest because of the question of exclusion of members of sectors of the society. So this is a point that is important to raise. Also, in the case of Colombia, we have the question of the armed conflict. In the peace process is an opening to make a transition from a country that was beset with armed conflict and difficulties to a country that is characterized by peace. So this inequality and this exacerbation of inequalities has led to greater levels of authoritarianism and authoritarian stances. So this is one of the consequences of inequality. And we have concrete examples. In the case of Colombia, for example, we have a concentration of the process of coca production and drug trafficking. Of course, there's also trafficking in persons. And we can see this in parts of our country. And finally, the question of inequality. Another question that we have to look at when we talk about the causes of these inequalities. We also have to look at the process of planning. For example, the director of the National Department of Planning has mentioned this quite a few times. And in the case of Colombia, we have inequalities in the last few decades, and the levels of poverty. We see that one could wonder whether this is a failure of planning, These inequalities show us that there is a failure of the planning processes of the state. In Colombia, we are trying to strengthen these planning processes at the moment. We are in our national development plan, we are focusing on these plans, on the planning processes. And in Colombia, and with this government and this national development plan, we are at a very interesting stage, because we see there's a dispute with respect to the economic model, and to making this transition. Of course, there are some questioning with respect to our transition to a development model that is focused more on productivity and regional development. So this is another question that has to do with how we can think about new models of planning and how we can deal with things differently in order to counter the problem inequality. I'd like to thank you so much. All right, so we'll go on to our friend Jose Agustin Espina to make some comments on the situation in Panama. Thank you very much. Good morning, members of the panel and also the organizers of this conference. At the outset, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to ILPES, because we our Department for Territorial Development. And we're very, very young, despite our youth, the youth of this department. We have just started working over the last 2 years. We can say that thanks to the enormous support that we have had from the Institute, from ILPES, in our national development strategy for territorial development and land use planning, we can say the following. Everyone here knows that we have an economic center which is structured around the transit of boats, vessels coming through the Panama Canal. And there, when we have a structured, we have what we call the transit economy, the traffic, the economy, where the economic activity is so concentrated that almost 80% of our GDP is concentrated around that area. And apart from this, in that area, we have seen phenomena that have also meant that we have to have a process of reflection when we made about all our national efforts to recover the canal, and we have now to see how we can develop the rest of our territory, national territory. In the decades, the 70s, and before the Washington Consensus, before the consensus of Washington decided that it was necessary to eliminate the planning processes of governments. We, and myself personally, we had the responsibility of coming up with a national strategy for territorial and development and land use planning that would help us in the process of negotiating the treaties in order to convince and to show the United States that more than a place, a location, a geographical location, we were not being necessarily adequately repaid for the fact for our canal. And this plan contributed to a great extent to the fact that we recovered our sovereignty over the territory, and in fact, we were able to start a process of controlling of the major sources of growth of the country. And therefore, the country, from the point of view of territorial and land use planning, we have 5 regions, the Barrier region, that our colleague and myself, we have a common problem where 500,000 migrants have come to the Darien region. And then, of course, we have the Eastern region, which we call it the Oriental region. We also have the metropolitan region, where we have the canal, where the canal is located, and all of the activities that are around the services, commercial services, banking services, and this implies all the support that we have to give, and all the support that is given, and all the support that is given to the international traffic passing through the region. Of course, we have the western region of the provinces of Chiriquí, Boca del Toro, and 2 other regions, Bibri and in Veraguna. And of course, we have the central region with 4 provinces, Los Santos, Hereda, Veraguas, and Plain, and just a little part of the metropolitan region of the province of Panama. The interocean metropolitan region, which is made up of the province of Colón and Panama. And as I said, the eastern region is made up of the province of Darien and two smaller regions in Varanduan and Guyanala. And within this context, then, of the territories, we have to notice that as the fact that we are a young institution, but also due to the remembering what we did in the 70s, and our activities in the 70s, I must say that the institutional machinery of the state, on which territorialization of a public activity is based, is very weak. So the basis is weak. Fortunately, we have the Institute, which is our fairy godmother, and it is helping us to train people so that we can have an in-depth planning that will allow us to contribute to the development of the national plan. Thank you so much for this preliminary comment. Now, this has shown us the problems that all of the countries represented here have pointed out. And in this context, my second question has to do with how we can deal with these inequalities that have been mentioned by the colleagues. And in this context, then, from a CLAC, we have noticed that in the last few decades, the dimension of territory has become a part of the national reflection process. When they talk about the strategies needed, when they talk about the importance of territories and the importance of territories in national plans, this did not happen in the natives, for example, when there was a very local approach. So in this context, and I'd like to ask our panelists whether they can tell us what are the policies, the national policies that are most important, that are being rolled out to deal with these regional inequalities on a long-term basis. So I'd like to start with Juliana. Perhaps she could tell us something about the national policies to deal with these inequalities. For Brazil in 2003 looked up the problem of the regional problem from the national perspective. Juliana, you have the floor. Thank you. Yes, we have started once more. We are now in a process of reconstruction, and that is the word, reconstruction. So our entity has looked at the inequalities, regional inequalities in Brazil, not only seen in the regions, but also within regions. And so the instruments that we have for the plans for regional development and land use planning, in keeping with the pluriannual plan of Brazil that was mentioned yesterday, as well as regional plans that are set on are based on priority areas for our policies, these plans, and the participation of various ministers, because it's something that is cross-cutting in nature. So, as well as some national governments and the civil society, we're also trying to develop these plans to promote strategies for sectorial intervention in the territory. And through these strategies, we are using different policies and using education, science and technology and innovation, labor, and many other public services. All of these are involved in these efforts, in these reconstruction efforts. So now we are developing programs and to roll out the objectives of all of these policies, and these are medium and long-term policies with wide-ranging social participation. We have a great focus on innovation in the region, promoting joint actions with educational entities as well as other government entities. For example, we have integrated strategies for national integration using local entities for promoting jobs. For example, we are trying to promote, like, for example, the production of honey and other and agricultural products. We are trying to create innovative systems as well as for the sustainable management of natural resources. We the chemical, pharmaceutical energy, as well as renewable energies. All of these sectors are also contemplated in South Amazon. In the South Amazon region, we understand that the government management should promote innovation and learning. And as a new strategy, we're also looking at a program for development, for capacity development, for people in the regions, to training and technical questions. And the first course that has been implemented has to do with territorial resilience. Well, this program also works for building capacity at the government level. We are, for example, trying to ensure that we have municipalities that are more competent. So, from our point of view, with this economic approach, we do understand that it is important to work together with ministries, especially in view of the industrialization. We work with the Ministry of Commerce and with Trade. We work with the Ministry of Health. We try to use the potential of Brazil for ensure that it can ensure health services for the population. And that is my contribution. Thank you. Thank you. Juan Pablo, could you tell us something about the plans that you have for territorial development? Was a very important part of your reconstruction efforts, of course.
Yes, as far as the objective to strengthening the processes in Colombia, this National Development Plan contains several interesting elements. First, it's called Colombia, a World Power of Life, breaks with the sectoral logics. If you analyze national development plans of Colombia, all of them were based on a sectoral logic. So education, health, housing, industry, etc. And each sector put its objectives, its goals, its indicators, etc. While in this national development plan, this logic was broken with. We have 5 axes that are no longer sectoral but territorial. So for the first time in a national development plan, the first transformation you'll see is called territorial management around water and environmental justice, which is a fundamental change, because we cannot continue and see socio-economic development of Colombia without taking into account its territory. It seems obvious, but for many years and decades, national development plans were drafted without taking into account our territories. So we broke with these sectoral logics and we began to plan based on the territory and from there onwards have territorial management around water, which implies that there are limits to development because water as a marker speaks to biodiversity, sustainability, etc. So this change is important. Next, we wanted all public policies to be based on our territories. Usually, public policies are centrally planned and don't take into account the territories. So first you have to recognize the dynamics that are historical, social, how historically the territories have been occupied, how armed conflict has led to occupy land in unsustainable fashion, how drug trafficking has affected the territories, how mining has developed without any previous planning. So all deeds of all property rights on mines were granted without any planning. So we first have to recognize all this. Next, we have to harmonize the different planning exercises, the national state plans, and then the territorial entities, the governors, the municipalities do their planning, but often without any dialogue among them. In the Colombian case, the ethnic communities, the indigenous people, the Afro-Colombian groups have their own planning. The indigenous populations have their own life plans. The organizations, the social organizations have their own planning procedures without having a dialogue amongst all of them. So this is another effort we're trying to launch in our new National Development Plan. And the National Planning Department insists a lot on our mission to decentralize. We are in the process in recent months of discussing decentralization. There was a first wave of decentralization in the 90s in Colombia. In spite of what was set forth in the constitution that establishes decentralization, this was not taken into account. Everything was re-centralized. There was also a debate in Colombia on federalism, on neo-federalism, of questioning the unitary state. But now we want to take into account the asymmetric nature of our territories, to start closing gaps and to start thinking of endogenous regional development processes, because there is so much inequality that development is hampered. And a last cross-cutting axis is also human security, human right to food, regional convergence in Colombia. The cross-cutting axis is the effort to consolidate the search for peace. Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. José, Agustin, what initiatives are there in Panama? Quite a lot, thank you. By young people in the process of territorial development. But we don't have sufficient programs at present, not sufficient programs geared towards young people, although there are a few I can comment on. The first one would be the Olmena program. It's a program of social assistance to 300 families, low-income families. The major impact of this program is precisely among the indigenous population, who are the poorest. Another program we can talk about, and that also is having a positive impact on human settlements, is a program of decentralization of public investment. This has to be linked to the political and administrative apparatus of each province of Panama in the different regions that I mentioned earlier. This investment program has as objective to solve many of the deficiencies in basic services that still exist in the different regions. Basic services for the population to achieve quality of life, because the lack of such services is causing a lot of migration towards the interoceanic central region of Panama, which is a risk for the government that would not be able to take care of all their needs. They're emigrating towards the canal region. Another program still is with the World Bank. It's called Program of Development of Indigenous Peoples for different indigenous groups. It's a fairly large program in terms of resources, $80 million. We are also about to launch a program to ensure road access for the poorest populations that are located in territories that have little access to services because of lack of roads. That, in its main lines, is what we are doing. Thank you, Jose Agustin. And finally, Domingo Matias. The topic of territories in public policies has been one of our first and main concerns at the beginning of this administration in August 2020. Territories is a question of power, of political power, of decentralization of the state and deconcentration of public investment. Those are our starting points. It's a matter of functioning of democracy, and everything depends on where people live in the territory. We wondered how we were going to do that, because there were a lot of instruments. There was a development of a lot of instruments, but without taking the territories into account. In the multi-annual development plan, we noticed that the territorial concept was absent. The same was true for numerous municipal development plans. Institutions of the government had many institutional development plans. That's progress in terms of instruments. That's all right, but it's not enough. You need strategic advances, that is to improve quality of life. How does a government build a model of quality of life? As an axe that is cross-cutting throughout the state, because that's what ultimately matters, that people live well in health, education, security, habitat, etc. So how did we put all that into the national budget? Well, by creating instruments of social participation in the different territories, councils for municipal development in charge of municipal development plans. But do local governments have the financial capability to do that? No. In Latin America, with few exceptions such as Brazil, Colombia, and a few others, well, they may be satisfied with their decentralization, but we are a presidentialist, centralist country. We've tried to break down that model and we've been achieving it because the communities have entered into the budget. Oh, we have a record called root of the demands of citizens with the participation of the mayors, of the legislative, of civil society. That will always be important. And we have achieved it. 180 projects of public investment are included in the budget for 2023. That entails billions of Dominican pesos. So ROOT is a great instrument, and our Vice Ministry of Territorial Management ensures with the Vice Minister that all ministers are aware of the demands of citizens, and all budgets need to include these demands. So we've been able to expand the budgets to the different territories. That's not enough. We still have to fight centralism that exclusively focuses on the capital city and major urban centers. But for the different sectors to enter into the national budget, several criteria have been established: technical, social, gender, environmental, social participation, opportunities criteria, especially for territories that have historically been excluded from being part of public investment or the national budget. That's what keeps us motivated to continue and be public officials, civil servants. We are servants of the public, of the citizens who pay for the budgets. We are learning a lot from Colombia about territorial management. A lot. Many Colombian missions are coming to our country. Ecuador is also helping us. We can talk more about this later, because next month we only have been dealing with this for 1 year. The national management plan is ready. That has to guide all departments for planning. We're working with the municipalities on territorial management. Already 14 municipalities have been included. We're defining methodologies for management of territories. We have 393 territorial units. We have so many municipalities. Each neighborhood wants to become a municipality in the Dominican Republic. Why? Well, because the country has been too centralized. And now everybody wants to decentralize, however small a territory might be. Now, I repeat what I said at the beginning. The territorial concept in public policy is a matter of power, of political participation, where planning is done from the bottom up and then from the bottom downwards in both directions in order to have a state that really has a cohesive territory. Thank you very much, Vice Minister. We've been able to observe the variety of approaches to face the problem of territorial inequality so prevalent in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Vice Minister could say, well, we need more territory in public policies. And now the last question for the members of this panel, and then we'll give the floor to the delegations. And coming back to what Juan Pablo said, if you don't adequately approach the large territorial imbalances in the region, you might intensify social unrest. We've seen it in several countries of the region. Let's not forget that certain regions, locations in the country are lagging far behind. So it's a matter also of integrating our countries. And for that, you need approaches at multiple scales and with multiple factors. Consequently, the last question I'd like to put to the members of the panel before listening to the delegations. In your opinions, what would be the main difficulty or difficulties that you face in the implementation of territorial policies in the search of a better social and spatial balance? Financial capabilities, institutional capabilities, etc. We start with our Vice Minister to my left. Right. When colonialism came to the island of Santo Domingo, our island was divided in regions called cacicazgos, caciques, local chiefs. It was a territorial division. We had 5 cacicazgos on the island. This has had repercussions on our public policies. We've had to break with the cacique approach, the cacique mentality, the local chief mentality in our public policies. Some still think it's always better to work alone in isolation. No, states need structures to form a unitary state with a central government and then local governments. but we have to overcome the cacique mentality in our own administration. Another challenge is civil society. It has to be strengthened. You need the control, the counterweight of civil society through a culture of dialogue to make sure that the state is strengthened. Otherwise, if you fear civil society, well, then you are at risk of having a state that won't be able to operate. If you improve how the state works, institutions work better. Of course, we have a lot of problems, a lot of lack of capabilities. When we came into power after 16 years in power of one party, we had problems with values, with transparency. We have had to correct a lot of problems, and that's what we were involved in, because let's not forget that public money has to be taken good care of, with honesty, with transparency, to take full advantage of the funds. And for this, we've had to carry out reforms. But to reform the instruments is not enough. We have a lot of reforms in Latin America, a lot of very good reforms, but on paper, not always translated into reality. In terms of territorial management, we need more capacity training at the universities, for instance, and there international cooperation has a major role to play. Territorial management is practically the same as territorial development. That's very clear. Consequently, in our country, we need to strengthen capabilities. We need more young people, well-trained. We need younger generations to be trained. So these are the issues that we need to work on to transform a political culture. The reforms in terms of territorial management exist, especially the law on planning and public investment that has to be adjusted to the new forms of governance that we now have. The Ministry of Economy has been working on this new law for planning of public investment. And finally, the big challenge is to translate into daily life risk management and climate change risk management, which has to become a concern of our everyday life in all aspects of planning. Climate change is no longer a matter for elitist academic analysis. No, it has to be translated at the level of the territories and the communities. Thank you, Vice Minister. Juliana, you have the floor. Well, we in Brazil, we have a development policy that is complicated because of its nature, because we have different sectoral policies. There are macroeconomic problems. We need more cooperation at the different levels. It's a long-term policy, but its instruments need to be able to show changes in the reality over the short term. That's what people expect from politicians. So there is still quite a lot of uncertainty. The society must see there is a road towards a better future. We have to show the citizens what road we are following. In other words, for this we need more data, more information. With whom do we speak about regional development? How do we speak about regional development? How can we get regional development policies closer to the people? How can we increase digital participation? Because information makes it possible to innovate more openly. We are more and more in a digital society, so we need to rebuild the information and communication from the political and policy sector towards the population. The Center of Regional Information by different ministries of different territories of Brazil expresses a new vision that inspires and guides changes in public investment and will allow a new strategy for public investment based on the analysis of existing public policies. We're also working on capacity training. We are also redesigning the indicators to yearly follow the implementation of public policies. And we also want to get deeper into territorial and social needs. We need to take into account the indicators of the objectives for a sustainable development 2030. Brazil is an enormous country. We have a census every 10 years, but this is not enough. We need to cooperate with all the necessary agencies in Brazil. We're also working with the different states of the country to prepare goals for regional development and to align federal and state policies, optimizing investments, but always respecting the federal government. And this will allow us to have an integrated strategy. We are also translating the national policy that sometimes has too many technical or academic language into a more popular approach so that people understand better and participate more. Next year, we'll have a new observatory on regional development. And we're also going to organize consultations with the population to work on innovation, to have a fluid system that promotes advances in regional development. We call it the RegioMas network. Regarding national policy of territorial management, we are still establishing the technical and legal basis to bring together different sectors at the different levels of the government. We have 27 states 25,000 municipalities, all with their own faculties. This is an enormous challenge because we need to understand well our federal dynamics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Juliana, Juan Pablo, you have the floor. Well, with respect to the challenges, there are 3 points that I'd like to mention. One of the questions that we have been discussing as a macrodynamic, as it were. The macrodynamic question has to do with what we have seen in the last few decades, and it means inequality and the corresponding increase of inequality. We have had a lot of discussion about this, and it's a question that is acute in Latin America, but which is global in nature. And it has been generated by globalization. It is generating conflicts, and it is leading to all the problems that we're seeing globally. This is exacerbation of authoritarian stances, and these are all linked to the question of inequality. And there is something that we have to think about it to see how the planning processes can incorporate this variable, because of all of the factors behind inequality and indebtedness in inequality in economy, for example. This is something that we have to continue to work on consistently. We have to promote territorial autonomy, regional authority, but we have to ask ourselves, autonomy for whom and for what reason? In Colombia, what we're now doing is we are in the process of decentralization, and when we talk with the mayors, we see that they want territorial autonomy. But when you talk about territorial autonomy for communities or for social organizations, they will have the communities then are less interested in autonomy, territorial autonomy. If territorial autonomy is to have a greater equity for work and for dealing with questions and challenges such as climate change and others. So we have an internal conflict when it comes to this question of territorial autonomy. And there has been we have worked on this and worked on the need for economists to think and go deeper into the question of cooperation. We have an economic authority, an entity which is very centralized. They did not think about questions of solidarity and looking beyond and ensuring that there was more an equilibrium, effective and equal allocation of resources. We have the works of Ostrom and others. We have seen the need to think about solidarity, cooperation, and how we can ensure that these are brought to bear. Another challenge is the question of budgetary restrictions due to the debt. We have a level of indebtedness that is historically at a historic high, and this leads to high levels of restriction. So, for example, the peace agreement that we have in Chile implies territorial transformation, and we need to have a regional transformation. And it implies that we'll need to have a series of agreements. If we do not have this, violence will continue. And all of this is within the constraints of budgetary difficulties. So, of course, we have ECLAC and ILPES will support and guide us into how to deal with this question of a budgetary restriction deriving from the fact that we're highly indebted. So the president of Colombia is trying to go and carry these questions of the political change, policy changes, and aspects of climate change, and other questions that have to be there. He's trying to bring them to international, multilateral forums. Now, there's another question, it's an institutional question we have talked about in Colombia, coordination, institutional coordination, to ensure that the ministries would work in a far more coordinated way. So interinstitutional coordination is very difficult, especially when there is political will. It is difficult if we do not have the mechanisms to do this. We have our Director General for Investment here with us. So if the ministries would like to have a project for joint investment, I'm not sure if that can be done legally, but at any rate, it is very difficult. So it's very difficult for all the ministries to come and do one sole investment project. So when we look at questions of expenditure and other technical aspects, it's very difficult to have this sort of coordination and to create this sort of mechanisms of coordination. And there's another question that has to do with capacity and capacity training. We are trying to change the approach a bit, not only through the change of name, but a change of perspective, going to go from technical assistance and go to technical cooperation. With technical assistance, for example, if the National Planning Department would have a group that was of specialized, brilliant young people. And all of these brilliant young people would go and would bring the light of truth and reason to all of these territories and tell them how to do things. But when they came up against the realities on the ground, in the territories, they thought that it was very complex. And the problem was not a lack of political will, but we have to see from this question of technical assistance and orient our attitude and our work to technical cooperation, so to know exactly what is happening on the ground in the territories. Of course, the territories have their own proposals for alternatives, and these have to be taken into account. We have to apply. We are doing this with credits and loans from the World Bank. We're having technical cooperation efforts. So we're trying to create a territorial administration system, which is based on building of knowledge, working with local organizations, and systematizing experience. So that is what we have been doing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. And the last comments on this challenge from our colleague, Jose Agustin Espino. And then we hear from the delegations. Well, I'm going to start with the cultural phenomenon of the state institutional apparatus, the machine, which is centered around the figure of the president or the ministry. And the consequence of this is that the principle of planning, that is bottom-up planning, comes up against the first obstacle, and that is the fact that those who are in power in the highest structure, in the highest levels of the state are the policymakers and the politicians who have the capacity of influence the use of the budget, how to establish the priority. And the one consequence of this is that in the exercise we have been doing to have things in place for the next government, is the consequence, as I said then, is territorialization of systems of public investment. So the information what we want to do is change the traditional way of looking at things so that people would be the people who are moving, the people on the base are the moving things, who are the active in decision maker. So there are people who will, otherwise, if this is not done, people who will try to concentrate their powers to remain in power. So this is talking about the traditional use of power of the states. Now, the other aspect that I think that we must stress is the fact that we must have training. Training must be made available to people. And here, once again, we come up against another obstacle. For example, we have a community structure which we call the communal board, which is part of the municipal structure. As we train people within these communal boards and within this municipal structure, these people generally are placed there because of political influence. So after they have been trained for 4 or 5 months so that they can carry out their duties effectively, immediately. The person who exercises political will may see that this competition and fires them or gets rid of them. So it would necessary to have an administrative career so that we can maintain the human resources that have already been trained and to help them to continue working in the tasks that they have been assigned to do. So when we see a process of strategy for territorial development, we cannot do this in the short term. We have to have people who are trained in long-term, stable way so that they can have the skills and competence to do the jobs that they are assigned to do. We can do this with institutions, government, and the civil society, having all of these sectors aligned to have real governance. Thank you. All right, so we have finished. We have concluded this round of 3 questions to our panelists. I'd like to open the floor for delegations to make comments, questions, share their own experiences. Of course, you can talk about the case of your countries. We still have a few minutes. We have Costa Rica, Cuba, and Venezuela also, I think, and Brazil. So we're going to start with Costa Rica, Cuba, and then we'll go on. But it's after that, Venezuela, and we'll see who else would like to take the floor. Thank you so much. I would like to greet the members of the panel. I'd just like to say that in Costa Rica, we are starting a law for regional development. It was rolled out on 27th of January 2022, and this is an initiative of the Ministry of National Planning. And taking into consideration the process of strengthening of planning for regional development with the participation of the citizens and all the efforts that have been made in the country since the 70s, actually. The law, some of the objectives is to give long-term sustainability to this process of regional development and raises to the status of law and a number of actions. It establishes the mechanisms for multi-level governance and for finances so that we can make the operation of regional policies more viable. We have differences between the regions, especially between the coastal regions and the central regions, for example, which we want to take into account the cultural, social, economic, and environmental characteristics of all the regions, and to look at them from a context of democratic participation. So I would just like to say These are the main benefits that we have seen so far. That is, it sets up the creation of a national policy for regional development with lasting for 10 years. It has to be taken into account for the development of national development plans. It allows us to come up with differentiated and inclusive national policies that will respond to the specific needs of each region, and this will allow us to have better impact on the use of public resources in these regions. And this policy, as I said, seeks to reduce different types of inequality, whether they be environmental, social, cultural, etc. Then we also have a better land use planning. We are also working on designing a methodology for development of further policies, and we want to have a new plan that is in regional plans for development, instruments for planning on the medium term, and which will take into account local human development plans, and as well as territorial and regional planning. The law is a mandate so that all public institutions should have information and updated statistics in keeping with the the plans that are in the country. We have to change our traditional plans and to update it. We want to bring up all of the new regions and make sure that there is a greater uniformity. We are going to ensure the solidarity contribution from all institutions, public institutions, and ensure greater transparencies, as well as asking for international cooperation. We want to have an account, or we'll have a mandate for the Central Bank of Calculator to have to give regional funding, to provide funding for the different regions. The law consolidates the space that we had already worked on, that is for coordination and negotiation at the regional level, through the creation of agents and training of agents. And through this agency will be multisectoral in nature, and it will include the private sector, civil society, academia, public and private organizations. We have also created a possibility, which we call agreement table of agreement and rules of agreement, that will have the input from all the regions. We will have projects for investments with the government, and all these agreements have to be signed and will have to be based on the budgets made available for institutions. The law also creates a regional observatory in order to give information for analysis and diagnostic studies, as well as analysis of proposals. We will also have to update all of this information on the agreements that have been made. We have immediate challenges. We have to strengthen and ensure that there is capacity building. We have to have studies on regionalization, so that we have to counter the challenge of overcoming the short-term approach to regional planning. Cuba, you have the floor. Good afternoon, all of you. I'd like to congratulate all of the panelists, and I'd just like briefly to share with you some of our experience as far as concerns the national policies for regional development and one of the main results that we have had in the implementation of these policies. First of all, I'd just like to state that all of the documents, program documents from dating from the revolution has been to come up with guidelines and the conceptualization of economic and social model, the National Development Plan up to 2030, and these have all been approved by the National Assembly and the popular vote. As in the Constitution was stated that we have to have strengthen the autonomy of municipalities, and it also affirms the importance of territorial development policies and plans, and the importance of having the territorial development as a cross-cutting themes that should need the coordination and the holistic analysis by all institutions, all of the stakeholders, as well as all the strategic sectors of the society. In July, in 2020, we approved the policy for the national development, the regional development, Cuba, so that we could have an integrated concept at the institutional level on the local development, as well as the different mechanisms and the tools for management. This policies is characterized as having been set up by a network of stakeholders from different levels, and which with the support of various institutions and research investigations, as well research organizations, as well as the civil societies. For the implementation of this policy, we approved the need to through Decree number 33 in July 2022, and the main objective of this is to promote local development on the basis of this country strategy, and to thus contribute to the strengthening of municipalities and the regions. Also, as a part of the National Development Plan, we have in the implementation of this plan in the country, we want to do this through the use of macro programs. This is not only the strategic axis. We, as far as concerns government, institutionality, and microeconomy, we have a specific program that has to do with sustainable regional development, which is made up of 5 sub-projects, and through this, we promote this policy. Now, I'd just very briefly like to look at some of the main results that we have had through the implementation of this policy. Firstly, we have set up 168 municipal councils, approved 168 municipalities in our countries, and each municipality has its strategy for municipal development. We also have 10 strategies for provincial development at the level of the province. We have 50 provinces, and we have ratified at all levels that these strategies, local municipal strategies, are instrumental for national development and for promoting this. And many of the main guidelines, the main lines of action of this is to ensure production and transformation and sustainable productivity, energy and environmental promotion, and the improvement of the quality of life and the rational use of water. We have set up 15 management groups for the territorial development. They are groups. Each group has this group. Each province has such a group, and each of these 168 municipalities, we also have groups of the management of the local and regional promotion and development. We have also developed between local government, universities, and the private sector, the entrepreneurs. We have set up areas of agreement. We have productive economy that is mainly aimed to manufacture and food production, and in 2022 we have generated 3,000 new jobs. And of course, local development projects contribute to a constant promotion and improvement of the municipalities, of course, they're very important, and impact on the quality of life of the population. We also to have see how the resources in all of these territories and municipalities are used. And in conclusion, as part of the policies, we, together with organizations, local organizations, and together with the help of international organizations and United Nations agents, we have supported local governments and their methodologies for developing and applying instruments and tools for promotion of the digital governance, for example. There are various and varied themes that are now made available to local governments so that they can manage their work more effectively. And I cannot conclude without mentioning some of the results that have been achieved through the existence of a platform which is for integrated development. We call it the PALIT, that is Articulated Transformation for Regional Development. We started this in 2014 with a collaboration project, and it covers four provinces of the countries, and in 2020, with the approval of the policy for promoting territorial development, that platform was converted into a public policy for territorial development, which deals and which covers all of the provinces and municipalities of these countries. This platform is it is a platform for management, cross-cutting management. It is also multidisciplinary in nature, and it favors the coordination amongst the various levels of the institutional, from national, provincial, and local levels. And this empowers the authorities at different levels to ensure the sustainable development of their territories. I could share more information on this platform, but I can say that this platform has really contributed and has become a great important mechanism for promoting the growth and development of the territories. And we have seen great ownership and buy-in in all of the municipalities and provinces concerned. Since we're a few minutes late, we'll have the last three statements from Venezuela, Brazil, and Colombia. So we can start with Venezuela.
No, Brasil no. Entonces Venezuela y Colombia.
Okay. Venezuela and Colombia, thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, we are grateful for all the presentations by the panel and the delegations, very important, and they are linked to our own internal projects. Territorial planning is the most concrete exercise that we planners do. The policies, the programs have to be translated into a space. And maybe in territorial planning is where we most clearly see the direct participation of the people to make decisions. I briefly want to comment four themes. First, these factors and the participation, then the different territorial scales, finally the synchrony among the sectors, and a theme that's key, which is the availability of relevant information on the different scales to develop planning processes. In the case of Venezuela, yesterday we said, and contrarily to maybe what the colleague of Colombia said, the community scale is very common for us. They sit down with the local council to make collective decision. They have specific competencies in the popular organizations. Of course, we have challenges. Sometimes there's not enough coordination. Whenever there is an institution that intervenes, they have different criteria, and it's not always easy to agree. However, we have made a lot of advances in the development of unified methodologies. We have the strategy of 1 for 10 of the good government, which is a strategy on themes, on these themes. And then we have the methodology of maps and definitions. There is a process. Many of the members of the panel spoke of the training of public officials. We have to train them on different ways of acting. That's what we in Venezuela can propose and make available to all, because we have developed processes on the basis of public officials to be the spokespeople of the people's decisions. We analyze collectively the practices. Those are the ways in which we work, and this is combined. And then there are products that are translated to a higher level. This kind of training has been multiplied, and we have all been able to improve this training during the pandemic. So 4 million of people have been involved in this training process, not only of territorial planning, but also of sectoral planning through their own participation. Next, there is the theme of synchronous planning of the different scales. The central core of planning are the different population groups, then the urban groups, and then the regions, and finally the large geographical divisions of the country. Each level has its own way of working. We speak about access to health, for instance, when we have an assembly of the community. Obviously, we're going to speak of the local economy, lighting, for instance, at the level of the sub-regions, as we call them in our plan. It's a matter of productive specialization. And we speak of intermediate terms of infrastructure and services. And finally, at the level of the region, there are the big infrastructures, the dams, the roads. In each, there are different themes that where the key is that at all those scales, there exists a binding space to define the plan. There is a space at each level. So when the popular organizations participate, we'll have had a previous popular dialogue. If we meet with peasants, for instance, they bring their own local problems. And there also we have experience. We have a platform that is called mapping, where each organization uploads its priorities, its work plans, and this is the input to feed into upper levels. And we have also more organic discussions at the Ministry of Municipalities, where the organization and local organizations are invited to work together. Next, the synchrony between these or among these institutions. Very often we approach a different territorium. Health deals with community health, and which is different from the security sector. So we follow up the impact of public policies. And the methodology, we could share it if you think it's useful to build a dictionary of communities. So the institutions first need a common nomenclature. And finally, we have the complete map from the smallest level, the communities, and then upwards. We have important experience in terms of interoperability with other systems. And lastly, with this dictionary of the communities, the last item is the availability of information that has to be significant and reliable at the scale where we will be working. We have been developing what we call the nodes of our geographical system. In Venezuela at present, we are organizing the different nodes. There are about 2,000 all over the national territory. Each node has teams that go to an area that has been defined, that's accessible, and that has common characteristics. And then we have a network where we can bring together large national averages. For instance, for schooling, we can see how it happens at the national level and downwards at the level of the different municipalities. That is something that is in full development and that has given us very good results and that we can make available if you want to share our experience. Thank you, Venezuela. And as last speaker, Colombia. Thank you very much. I'd like to underline what each member of the panel has said, the fact of making a precise dialogue of all the difficulties in planning allows to take measures that help us to increase, to build the institutions. That's important, as all members of the panel have mentioned. I have three questions or matters. In Brazil, you've spoken of the conversions of revenues and the systems of innovation. This has to do with foresight, as we said yesterday, and innovation. You have a significant sense of medium and long term. Could you tell us how you have structured this? How is the horizon, the time horizon for this? And a question for Panama about the national strategy for territorial management. You spoke of a fairly important participation. Could you specify? And I'd like Juan Pablo to tell us more about the theme of the binding dialogues, because participation is much more, is the integration into the development plan that is translated at the local level. Thank you very much. Yes, please be brief because we don't have much time left. Juliana, Juan Pablo? Juliana, yes, thank you for the question. We have to work with innovation in specific projects on the territories. In the economy, for instance, we have built centers for research, for better use of products in the border area. At the border with Colombia, we have worked on this. And moreover, there is the whole strategy that focuses on all these elements. Of course, a lot will depend on the characteristics of the different arrangements. We don't have the problem of having to work with other ministries because we have an instrument for that. For instance, the Ministry of Science and Technology or universities can be put in charge of part of the budget. The arrangements around common objectives. So that's the line along which we work for our interventions. Juan Pablo, and then Jose Agustin. Very briefly, one of the innovations in the building of our national development plan was participation, because we hadn't done it before. According to our constitution, we have to previously consult with the indigenous and Afro-Colombian communities. And moreover, to build the plan, 51 regional binding dialogues were held with the participation of 250,000 people. We received more than 80,000 proposals that were concentrated along the different thematic axes of our development plan. And this plan also has a component which are the basis, and all this is fed into a law of 300 articles that are the result of the proposals we have received from those more than 50 binding dialogues held in the different parts of the country. And then this draft bill is submitted to Congress together with the whole political dialogue. This was a very important element, and we listened with attention to Cuba and Venezuela about their experience with the communities. We want to have a strong process of social dialogue, but this should not be limited to keeping an enormous list of historic demands that all citizens have. It would be an enormous list of small things. On the contrary, the dialogue serves to structure thematic axes that bring together all the demands. That's the work we've been doing. And then we have to systematically organize all the results of those more than 50 regional dialogues. Jose Agustin, could you please repeat the question? Yes, your national territorial strategy. What are the specific points dealt with in this strategy? From what you said, I understood it's something new in Panama's development. Well, I didn't manage to hear you all right. I propose to talk together to deal with this bilaterally. So after this panel, we know that sustainable democracy is not possible if territories are lagging behind. This is what society demands from us. And however difficult it may be, the only way is to collaborate among sectors, among scales and levels, among people. There are important experiences of collaboration. For instance, during the pandemic showed experiences of collaboration among sectors, among agents, among different scales and levels. It was a dramatic experience, but it showed that collaboration that is possible. So please, let's applaud all the members of the panel and all the delegations. And herewith, we close this panel to have our lunch break. Thank you.
Ahí estás. Nuestro presidente no está. Mercedes. Claudia. Solo faltaría Mercedes Feliciano, ¿no? Ya, muy bien. Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Once again, good afternoon. We will now proceed with this afternoon's event, focusing on transformative recovery from disasters. The idea is to build back better from an equality perspective. And we have organized this theme, this special event, in two roundtables. The first one, which will address difficulties, opportunities, and challenges in building back better. And the second roundtable will address comprehensive action and processes to build back better. We've also invited our colleague Adriana Campelo from the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, so in order to share their perspective on how they approach our interventions this afternoon, to learn what is their perspective on our interventions. So let us begin with Ms. Claudia Urruta, who is a member of the Advisory Commission for Disaster Risk Reduction and Reconstruction of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development of Chile. Claudia Herrera, who is the Executive Secretary of the Coordination Center for Disaster Prevention in Central America and the Dominican Republic, and Daniel Bermúdez from the National Planning Department of Colombia. So welcome, distinguished panelists.
Entonces, el objetivo que va a
So, the purpose of this first roundtable is to establish a dialogue among those who have been responsible for disaster risk reduction and reconstruction throughout a number of countries, namely Dominican Republic, Chile, Colombia, and Central America, so that we can identify some of the challenges that are common to all, as well as the most significant learnings and best practices in order to build back on the basis of equality criteria. We'd like to know what you've done well, what would you repeat, and what experiences do you have in that which has not worked and that you would avoid repeating? We also want to discuss with you about the action mechanisms that can allow us to walk all throughout the different levels of the state, from disaster management to what is also necessary with risk management, in order to enhance policies and programs, particularly in terms of land use planning, territorial policies. So just a couple of sentences of what is our status in terms of disasters in the region. We know that in the last 3 decades, the number of disasters has increased significantly, causing major damages throughout our countries, and even those more recent, very closely related to climate change. Between 1997 and 2017, 1 of every 4 disasters occurred in our region. 9 out of 10 individuals were impacted by climate-related events. And the risk focuses primarily in small, intermediate-sized cities and in rural areas where over 340 million people inhabit. And it is forecasted that these events will continue to increase both in number and become more extreme: floodings, hurricanes, fires, as well as other disasters. And this will bring about, it is It is expected that it will cause the displacement of some 17 million people by 2040. So with no further ado, I'd like to ask Ms. Claudia. And the first question that I have for you, to all the panelists, is from your perspective, where you are, what are the challenges, the greatest challenges that you have faced in relation to rebuilding on the basis of equality? Well, in the Ministry of Housing in Chile, we have a very short history. We started back in 2010, resulting from a major earthquake and a tsunami. In time, we've been making progress, and by 2019, we also adopted disaster risk reduction as one of the areas on which to focus. Chile is a highly diverse country, diverse in households with damages such as landslides, fires, tsunamis, etc., and hurricanes. And in the course of these years and to date, we've been able to make headway and improve on a daily basis. I call it a constant PhD because each event teaches us something new on how to better address reconstruction. As I was saying, we've had to serve throughout the allocation of subsidies in the case of our ministry, and we realized that regularity, that is providing a constant care for families, we didn't have enough budget, so we had to come up with, develop new instruments, new amounts, because we had to consider as well that a home that was located in risk area could not be relocated in an unsafe place. Consequently, that led us to introduce transformations in the home's design. For example, locate the foundations at a higher place. So in the case of a landslide, it would be located above the flooding area, or to have dry networks in the case of certain areas that burn on a yearly basis, so that the work of the firefighters would be quicker and much more timely. All these things we have had to sort in time as we face different types of events. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be able to share views in this very important planning initiative. I'm Claudia Herrera. I'm Executive Secretary of the Coordination Center for Disaster Prevention in Central America and the Dominican Republic. Given this multi-threat context, as well as this constant repeat of these events and our exposure to vulnerabilities, the inclusion of inter-risk planning and climate change planning is imperative for our countries. I'd like to begin by highlighting strengths and, most of all, initiatives and good practices that we've been fostering throughout the overall Central American integration system. Last year, we attended an important Congress analyzing those strengths that we now have, particularly in terms of risk governance throughout the region. And how can we identify challenges caused by that lead to this need to better coordinate efforts? I agree with what the Vice Minister said, in which he emphasized the need for relating these efforts to our planning process. I also highlight other contextual data We have lost the speaker again. This is the interpreter speaking. So, another type of threats, particularly technological threats, all of that is something that we constantly include in our regional simulation exercises that we held in Panama last July, where 16 countries from throughout the region came together from a systemic approach. It's important to say that this should not be approached only from a disaster perspective. We have to include underlying factors to those risking other factors that are involved in this situation. So in this 7.8% of the GDP, which represents 8 years of our backward a history, it's important that to include best practices such as the SICA CODES contingency plan, which promoted this coordination of efforts, as well as the work that we've been developing thanks to ICLAC leadership, the Ministries of Finance and the Ministries of Development and Planning. These are all initiatives that we have to continue enhancing. But most of all, to identify what are the challenges that the region faces. We cannot forget the inadequate resources. One of the greatest needs in the region is to deepen in the capabilities of our governments with a sectorial approach in terms of how we evaluate damages and losses. Frequently, we are left with the assessment of the post-emergency needs, and we do not truly identify what is the true impact on the territory from a social context, from an economic context, and what are the consequences throughout the territory. And obviously, that relates to the recovery and reconstruction processes from a transformative perspective. And this is why we are now working with a UNDP initiative by organizing specialized teams in each country with this sectorial approach linked to the integration system, which is ICAP, that is the authority that trains the different entities. And with this, I emphasize the need for this recovery and reconstruction should be closely linked to the recovery frameworks, the planning processes, but most of all in this development processes. I also highlight the increasing urbanization of the risk in our territories. And as of 2019, with the Ministries of Planning and Development, we developed a work program to articulate and to ensure these close relationships among the different development processes throughout the territory. And also, as a result of this initiative, we also had the participation of ICLAC, which led this reflection in terms of damage quantification. And we have a declaration that is being shared in our Summit of Heads of State and Meetings and also at the COP. Recovery frameworks will already exist in 4 of our countries that are relating this comprehensive risk reduction to climate change on their plans and programs, so that these efforts be approached from a developmental process. And most of all, by relating our institutions to an intersectorial approach, strategies of exchange, information, lessons learned, and most of all, these best practices. All these actions are part of our constant efforts aimed at this recovery with transformation in order to avoid repeat of these disasters, but also to reduce exposure and vulnerability. We are very concerned that new risk scenarios are being developed, and we are not implementing this systemic approach. Other elements such as poverty, inequality, drought, migration, all these elements have to be considered, have to be approached from the context of this context dynamic that addresses disasters throughout our territories. And to be respectful of the time allotted to me, I will stop here. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A particular thanks to ILPES for creating this space. And to begin my remarks, it's very important to understand this issue of climate change that is affecting us all. These phenomena, threatening phenomena that in the past we experienced only once in a while have now become constant. So it's important to say that as of 2010, 2011 in Colombia, specifically the floodings became very impactful at the macroeconomic level throughout the country, which brought about the adoption of the national policy for risk management and risk reduction management, and the National Unit for Disaster Risk Management and Reduction, which is the head that coordinates the overall risk management system. And I believe that most of the speakers have already mentioned this, that one of the greatest difficulties that we faced in our country is interinstitutional coordination. We have the municipalities and those territories that on a daily basis need these capabilities, but by the same token, the central government, as a result of a major decentralizing process, was able of providing the appropriate assistance and capacity building so that the territories would become independent and make their own decisions. So this is a constant feedback process and risk management process that should be implemented by all, and also at the level of the different departments as a principle of subsidiarity and concurrence, which all of which is part of disaster risk management process. So within the context of the national risk reduction management process, very closely related to this and I, to define those policies that will allow us to put in place long-term actions. So this plan that has developed between 2015, 2030, that was updated recently because of what I was just saying, what Juan Pablo explained earlier, thanks to a new national development plan. But this poses numerous threats that which, given the existing distribution or administrative management that is in place, since the settlements spring up informally, have settled around the bodies of water. And in terms of infrastructure and housing, this merits settlement strategies, proper strategies. But within the context of this plan, it leads us to the resilient recovery strategy, which is under development right now. We find that we lack right now the appropriate risk scenarios, but at a scale that which will allow the decision makers to make the best possible decisions for their territories. So the reconstruction process, a sub-process of the reconstruction process, is this recovery that did not include that long-term context, this future vision, which requires to have clearly defined who will be the stakeholders and those responsible and accountable within this recovery process. It is very well written in the law, but when the different territories must act, they have to do it through the National Risk Reduction and Management Unit. So what is important for this to work, and which we do not have the most appropriate one, is this interagency articulation. Another difficulty that we face, which is part of the baselines, is the lack of appropriate data in order to determine, to be able to analyze the damages and losses. So unifying criteria for data collection has also been a challenge in which we are working now with different cooperating agencies in order to have this national strategy. Once each sector has its own strategy, then we'll be able to strengthen the technical and financial capabilities of the different municipalities throughout the national territory. We have a problem, which is that as a result of the recovery processes that we started to review, resulting from different phenomena, namely floodings, torrential rains, and others, a hurricane in San Andres, we have numerous challenges in terms of logistics, given that diversity, while the phenomena, it's the same threatening phenomenon, it will impact differently the different areas resulting from the different characteristics of the different areas. So we do not have mechanism for closure. We do not know when exactly we arrive at the conclusion of those actions which fall under this recovery process. Consequently, we don't know exactly when we are overburdening the process with additional actions that should be that were originally placed within the framework of a recovery process and preventing us from doing the appropriate follow-up. We also face a significant challenge in all these mainstreaming or cross-cutting policies. And a number of panelists have spoken to the need for the risk disaster management to take them on board so that this would be a truly comprehensive process. Furthermore, we have a national financial protection policy for the country, but we've been unable to implement it or develop it fully at the territorial level so that they can provide the best possible feedback about these strategies that we expect to launch at the national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Well, we have just heard about some of the most significant challenges that you are facing, common challenges in many cases that have to do with the diversity of the territories. Therefore, it's not possible to have just a single risk management policy. The policies have to be defined and agreed on the basis of the diversity of territories. And there are a lot of challenges related to diversity and to logistics in the government, but also interinstitutional coordination is very important, as you said. The members of the panel have clearly said that it is important to have legal and institutional frameworks that will gradually build a national policy, but also policies for the territories. And it's also necessary to establish recovery strategies. Claudia said that in Central America, there have been preparations and that best practices have been taken up. For example, best practices with regard to planning processes as well as development in the various territories. And it's also necessary to have a link between sectors. So the challenges that you have mentioned are common challenges. And now during this second round, we are going to go more in depth in your experiences, some specific aspects that will point out what we want to do or want to avoid in a very practical manner. Claudia, please. Thank you. In reconstruction processes, what we want to do is to take care, firstly, of families. And we have also mentioned intersectoriality. In the case of Chile, we have strategic alliances that are in the hands of the Ministry of Social Affairs and Families that take care of the families that have been harmed from various points of view, housing, health, etc. And then we have the Ministry of the Interior and Public Security that gives us support in order to reach families as fast as possible so that they can receive emergency relief. The Ministry of Housing is giving families, as far as possible, permanent houses in safe areas. This is related to construction. Among our objectives, it is necessary to build but better. The process cannot be only in the hand of our ministry. That is why some services have to be outsourced. We have strategic partners that accompany the families that cannot be left aside. This accompaniment has the purpose of giving houses to people in need according to the regulations in force in the municipalities. Once the emergency has been faced, it is necessary to update the legal and regulatory framework, since new zones of risk come up with each event, and we needed to have this information in order to avoid construction permits in places that may be at risk in the future. And what is very important is to have resilient elements. We must not forget that a new river, a new landslide can cause harm in the same place. Chile is in a region that is at risk because we are part of the fire belt, and we needed to take all the necessary measures to be resilient. Otherwise, we would not be able to live in Chile. We would have to leave the country. Therefore, we need all this information. As I said, as a team, we don't leave aside the risk cycle. We have preparedness with our team that is spread throughout the country and works with the community and train the communities to be prepared. Also, we have programs to improve housing, and in new projects, we include preventive elements. For example, what are the emergency plans and also accompaniment to the families that are going to live in these new housing projects so that they are prepared. We may have risks inside the houses, and they have to be taken into account by families, so that risks are considered a part of what they need to bear in mind every day. And also we have social teams that are trained so that they can face emergencies. And here we have two very important elements. Firstly, the operational response plan, which determines which houses have been damaged so that we can focus on families. And then the reconstruction manual, which is an instrument that allows us to allot subsidies quickly to each one of the families that were affected. The subsidies have to be regular for those families that are more vulnerable as a consequence of a certain event. So I'm going to highlight two concepts: intersectoriality, safe areas, decentralization, building better, outsourcing of services, vulnerability of houses, regulations in force, resilience, risk cycles. All these concepts are very important and should be borne in mind when a reconstruction plan is drafted, because this is the framework that will allow us to give quick and timely attention to families. Thank you very much. With regard to governance, Central American policy that is harmonized from the Sendai framework is an opportunity, but all this has to be consistent with recovery projects. It is necessary to identify exposure and vulnerabilities to the various threats of our region. And this, translated to urbanization, has to be seen under different new scenarios, because there are people that live in risk areas and that are more vulnerable than others. That is why we have to guarantee that all policies, instruments, tools have a community approach, and also that local governments participate. We have to quantify how much we are investing since vulnerabilities are increasing, and in investments, we have to take into account how much we are investing in reconstruction processes with transformation. We have limitations in most cases in our governments. That is why response to emergencies in many cases is focused on repairing the damage caused by the disasters. We have to emphasize the fact of climate events and cycles, but there are other events, geological, biological, and other threats that are latent in our region. It is necessary to say that there's much to be done yet. That is why it is important to manage what we are doing on the basis of land management plans and in coordination with strategic players like the private sector and civil society. And this will allow us to identify the exposure of critical infrastructure. The main objective is to minimize the impact of disasters, seeing, of course, how we can save lives, which is our main purpose, but also seeing how we can minimize the social impact that translates in the standards of living of our people, and then has other cascade effects like migration and exposure to climate change. That is why it is necessary to reflect on the kind of investments we are making in development processes, which very often are completely delinked from the realities of our region and our countries that in many cases are in extreme vulnerability conditions and also great exposure due to the characteristics of the territories. That is why we have to take into account the policies established in the Sendai framework, and we need more investments. There are no mechanisms in many cases for the transfer of risk. That is one of the concerns in our region, but also the lack of knowledge about exposure and threats according to the realities of territories. In most cases, we see threats as something that affects people, but we have to analyze first the critical infrastructure, the conditions of the land, to see how the livelihood of the population has been affected and what are the recovery actions that we are implemented in the territories. That is why we insist on the need to link adaptation to climate change and land management under the optic of recovery and adaptation. In many cases, resources are absent. Climate change and all the efforts that are being done in this direction are seen under the approach of urbanism and other aspects that may be priorities for other countries. But in Central America, we need investments that go hand in hand with the realities of the territories. That is why we make a call to take advantage of new initiatives that appear in global platforms, like the assessment of damages and losses that was approved in COP28. We have to develop new and better capabilities to identify the damages and quantify them, and also the quantification of needs. And in many cases, we only quantify damages and immediate damages. And I stress this because in this quantification of damages and losses, many times we are very far from the reality of the territories. And that is why we are stuck in this lack of recovery when we lack a transfer of investments. In many cases, investments are protected and shielded. So it is necessary to identify investment processes from the point of view of risk management. Government's investments have to be a priority and have to be relevant. Thank you very much. I think there is a word that we have used several times, the word resilience. Within the framework of public policies, how can you measure a resilient intervention? This is one of the questions that have led us to study resilience more. Resilience has three capabilities: absorption, adaptation, and transformation. In simple terms, so that we can start to understand risk management. We had to analyze the process of risk reduction and risk knowledge and disaster management under the perspective of resilience. And most actions that we are implementing in this at this moment in the country are targeting absorption. So in order to achieve stability in a vulnerable territory, how can we achieve this perspective of adaptation? How flexible are territories in order to adapt to phenomena that we may not affect in the sense of reducing threats, but we can indeed reduce vulnerabilities that are very diverse, since the territories in our respective countries are very diverse too. So one of the capabilities is transformation. And we have to look at the evolution of territories so that it is a comprehensive and resilient process. If we see this as the equation, there are many aspects in the equation: institutional, physical, financial. So in the long run, how can we measure an intervention so that it is resilient? We have been working on this for some time, and it's like a dream in planning. We want to have a battery of indicators so that territories can measure the resilience of the interventions that they foresee. But at the same time, there has to be an incentive for territories so that something so complex from an academic point of view becomes attractive. So we don't want to repeat the approach of seeing resilience only from the point of view of the territories, but we want territories to think about resilience and increase their capability of facing risks and adapting to risks. And this goes hand in hand with what was said this morning with regard to land management. We are in a process of reconstruction with foresight. Territories are going to evolve no matter what and need support from the central government to create their own strategies and to measure their own resilience. So what we don't want is to repeat a parallel institutionality that comes up every time we have a recovery process. We have rules and regulations, and there's always institution that comes up at the moment and becomes stronger, but does not act as such when recoveries are underway. We have an excess of instruments. And we expect these instruments to take ownership of risk management, but not all of them speak the same language. And this is one of the problems we've had at a sectoral level. So what we have to do is to harmonize, to put all this in a simpler language, to bring it at the level of territories. So this would be the main ideas I would like to share with you, what we want to share and what we want to repeat and what we do not want to repeat. Thank you very much. Thank you. So before opening the floor to comments and questions, I would like to summarize very briefly what each one of you said during this first round, which was so interesting. Claudia, you said risk does not mean disaster. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to live in Chile. So it's very important to be prepared for risks. Then I would like to keep 3 ideas from Claudia, which is the community approach and the participation of local governments. And also to take as point of departure existing vulnerability conditions in order to reconstruct and not only repair when there is a disaster. This may take much longer in territories, but the point of departure has to be the vulnerabilities. And then Daniel asked a very important question. In territories, how should we have a better idea for measuring interventions in order to increase resilience, preparedness and risk management, and should lead to greater resilience? Thank you very much. So the floor is open for comments and questions from the delegations. I see Peru and Panama asking for the floor. So I give the floor to Peru. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. So this question is addressed to all panelists. Could you please elaborate on risks that cannot be mitigated? There are some risks that can be managed. You can work on prevention. You can do some infrastructure work or some repairs that will prevent the risk from becoming a disaster. But there are areas in which people live, and these people don't have elsewhere to go. They are in an area in which risk cannot be mitigated, and they also demand services. They need public services, water, other services, but they are located in areas in which it's not possible to give them sustainable means of life. So in your experience, how can the state promote conditions for housing that can allow the state to give these people better houses and a better life? I think that this is a very big challenge because in areas around big cities, we see and we know that there are people living under bad conditions. And when there is a disaster that strikes, well, they live for some time, but then they return because they have nowhere else to go. So what kind of actions have you been implemented or you think that can be implemented? So let's listen to Panama's question and then the panelists will reply. I'd just like to make a comment and give some information. The division that I direct cooperates with the Division of Public Financing. And we are about to complete a process of investing about $500 million. The purpose of this project is to create a fund for disaster situations. within a framework in which the rules that are established for the use of the funds have to be followed strictly, but not necessarily following all the internal processes that governments usually follow, because disasters happen and you cannot wait for 72 hours or even 1 week for resources to come. So we are creating this fund, and at the same time, we are drawing up a map of the disasters that happen with a certain regularity in the country. And also we are identifying, based on the process of climate change that is happening, the kind of disasters that can affect us. This it goes back to what our colleague from Peru said. How can you have resources in order to solve the problems of caused by a bridge that fell or a house that fell, or the repairs that have to be done? So these resources can be moved quickly. And a suggestion would be that in your respective countries, you inquire about what should be done in order to have these kind of resources, a kind of guarantee fund that can be used quickly if needed. But from a technical point of view, it has to be supported by the information that concerns the nature of disasters that occur and disasters that may occur in the future. So this is what I wanted to tell about.
In terms of the location of these families, to say that at the Ministry of Housing in Chile, we do not give benefits to those families that are settled in areas that have been declared risk areas. So in order to relocate them to a safe area. And if the risk could have been mitigated, otherwise relocation is the final solution. We have an experience that we'd like to share, which is very consistent to what you've just explained. When the landslide of 2015 in Atacama, a family that was located just by the mountains, by the slope, they said they didn't want to leave there because they owned the place. They wanted to remain there. So the ministry, their house was completely destroyed because of the landslide. So we took them to court to explain that the family was located in a risk area. And the family, obviously, they sued, they countersued, and they explained that it was the way in which they lived and they wanted to continue living there. The courts of law decided for the Ministry of Housing because the idea there was to save lives. So the decision had to be made immediately. But we cannot force the family if they don't want to move. But the families continue living there in those places. 2017, a new landslide, which carries their homes away. And it was the families themselves who came to the Ministry of Housing requesting relocation then. So this results in this decision that the families have to be relocated because the possibility for a new risk to occur in that territory is very high. Only 2 years, it was a repeat event, so the risk was very high. So once again, we took those families and relocated them, families that didn't want to move before. It's also important to reflect on the latest report shared to us by the United Nations on the urbanization of risk. In the next 2 years, the amount of people moving from the rural to the urban areas will double. And this migration or this relocation will surely resettle in risk areas. Hence, it is so important to identify, quantify, and do the best characterization or land use planning process of the territory that will move hand in hand with the development and construction of resiliency, that the population will be aware of their endangered situation, so that the land use planning process will translate in strengthening the local capabilities and how they have to respond with that immediate resilience that is required in the face of emergencies, to know how they should act so that they can save their lives, but also to be able to minimize that impact on their own lives and resources. But I also want to emphasize the need for sharing best practices, particularly in terms of the comments made by Panama. With the Ministry of Finance in Panama, we organized a third simulation exercise. That is, the whole government was committed to it, in which we included all the different threats from a systemic perspective, not only climate events, but also technological events, cyber attack. We also included how to best implement the risk transfer mechanism. So this moves along hand in hand with processes that that had been developed in the country to identify the critical infrastructure that was exposed to these risks, what recovery actions must be put in place to reduce, to minimize the impact, to ensure the continuation of operations of the government, but also about the different sectors. And in that, availability of resources plays a significant part. I want to say that only 3 countries have in our region have access to CRIF funds in order to provide such a response to an emergency. And this, of course, makes the difference. The availability of resources in that post-emergency phase, as well as with respect to the recovery. That is why I emphasize the need of taking those best practices, because all governments must guarantee that availability of resources for the response phase, but primarily for the recovery phase, from an approach, a transformative approach. But we cannot manage a risk that is unknown to us. And for that, we need to identify our exposures, our threats, how susceptible we are to that territory, so that investments will be consistent to those realities that we face in those areas. Well, in the context of the question, in peri-urban areas, mitigation really responds to the ability to mitigate. And it is based on a cost-benefit analysis. This is my view. The last thing that I do is to resettle, because that requires a analysis that if the community does not agree with resettlement, how do I do to present that to their consideration? Right now, the national government is developing a resettlement strategy, but we would have to distinguish resettlements in the rural areas and from peri-urban areas where we have this transition, families which in the case of Colombia, as a result of violence, resettled there and started to come together, particularly in slope areas, and where this is coupled by institutional challenges. So who takes on responsibility for these settlements? And this causes some fiscal burden, sometimes duplicating resources, because are we responsible for the resettlement, or do we have a comprehensive program that will improve the neighborhoods? But in all different aspects, we usually focus excessively on the infrastructure of the housing, but once you finish with the house, you are unaware of the characteristics of that neighborhood. Who was your neighbor? How did the social fabric develop in that place? So, being candid, in Colombia, I do not know of one single case in which these resettlements have been fully successful, because they focus excessively on the physical infrastructure, but the social infrastructure requires us to have this differentiated approach. Before, in Bogota, to be more specific, when a family required resettlement and three members in the family had a speech disability, and there was also someone in a wheelchair. I'm using the most appropriate. I apologize if I'm not using the most appropriate terminology, but that was the case. How do I go about it so that my resettlement policy will consider those things? It's one of the questions that we have to determine, to identify that the resettlement process will reflect a multidimensional analysis, which mostly focuses on the process, on the procedure, on the housing, on the infrastructure, but not on the needs of the people who are being relocated. And it entails also legal issues, given the requirements of these new housings, these people that were located in high-risk areas, subject to threats that could not be mitigated. So how do we go about all that? So these areas are occupied. In our case, who should manage the territory, for example? All of these are questions that should be asked and responded. In addition, all the other issues, but it is a fully comprehensive process. Well, thank you so very much, Daniel, Claudia, for this very interesting panel. And we will now proceed to roundtable number 2. But before that, I have an ad. And this is fresh out of the oven. We have a guide to design territorial risk reduction strategies. And it is our pleasure to say that this guide was drafted by our colleague Alicia Willener, and she will be moderating the next panel. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
¿Dónde está? Bueno, continuando con la segunda y última parte de esta.
We continue with the second and last part of this special event to finalize the afternoon. I introduce Adriana Campillo, Coordinator of Resilient Cities of the Office of United Nations for Disaster Risk Reduction. Next, Lourdes Meireles, who's from the Dominican Republic. She's a social scientist and social researcher and coordinator for Flaxo in the Dominican Republic. Next, Hector Becerril, a Mexican researcher for Mexico at CONACYT, and to my left, the chair, and then to the left, Ana Gabriela Fernandez Saavedra from Uruguay, doctor in gender and diversity, and at present she is the director for Flaxo Uruguay 2022 to 26. Before giving them the floor, why do we have this second round table? We've heard of the potential in different countries and of reconstruction. When you speak of reconstruction, we think of infrastructure, but we should also think, as all the previous panel members said, that when we are speaking of risk, of disaster risk, we know that we will never be able to do away with the risk. Chile, at the rim of fire along the Pacific, will never be able to delete the threat, but we can intervene on the vulnerabilities. And speaking of vulnerabilities of different kinds, recurrently in these 2 days, we've always heard the same. Speaking of vulnerabilities between men and women, women are more vulnerable for several reasons. Young people, children also. And if we discriminate according to ethnic groups, poor Afro and indigenous populations are probably poorer than others. So this is why we want to finalize with two important themes. When we speak of disasters, we have to think of gender, but not gender as exclusively concerning women. It's not a matter of women or men, it's a matter of power, power of women and of men. And another theme that ILPES is concerned about is mental health. You can rebuild a house, but after an earthquake, a terrorist attack, or a hurricane, well, people are left to their own devices. So I'll first give the floor. There is no order really. Ana, Lourdes, and then we continue with Hector, and then to close, Adriana with her comments. Thank you all for your participation. Ana, you have 10 minutes. All right, good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I hope you're not too tired after a whole day of work, because really, those of us who are here, Lourdes, Hector, myself, we are with a theme we feel passionate about. So we want to contribute with what we've studied about this theme. I want to focus on 5 or 6 points that I took note of. First matter, already mentioned by Alicia. Why speak of gender in the context of reconstruction? First, because we have been collecting evidence for many years that a disaster does not have the same impact on the whole population. The impact of a disaster will vary according to different types of inequalities, and gender relations are a basis for inequalities in our societies. So if we adopt a gender perspective to look at disasters together with economic, racial, or disability factors, we have to wonder what the impacts, the differentiated impacts are. Otherwise, we cannot analyze reality as it is. We won't obtain all the information we'll need to be able to act. In this process of acting regarding differentiated impacts, otherwise we'll increase inequality gaps? What are the differentiated impacts? To live or die in a disaster situation. In the Asian tsunami 2004, more women died because they couldn't swim. But in the Mitch hurricane, more men died. Why? Because they had more risky behaviors. The disaggregated data on drownings in Uruguay, it's more men who died drowned because they often jump into the water to save the cattle. So there are different ways of earning revenues. And here we have to take into account the precarity of the labor market that especially women face. If there is a situation of a disaster, and to recover and start earning revenues again impacts more on some groups than others. For instance, to care for children, 80 to 90% of care and of domestic work weighs upon women, we know, in our region. So in a post-disaster situation, the work burden weighs heavier on women too. On the other hand, we know that there are problems of representation in the field of decision making in the communities at the local level, but also in the institutions where decisions for reconstruction are made. So we know of the concept of differentiated impact. And then what about violence? The possibilities of suffering violence increase in a situation of disaster. So what do we have to do to rebuild? In rebuilding, reconstruction, we have to speak of resilience. From a psychological point of view, resilience is to learn to draw lessons from a shock, from a situation we've lived through, and with critical judgment be able to transform reality. That's resilience. So what are the capabilities to reconstruct thinking of resilience? Now, what happens? Resilience in general has a lot of black holes, of things we forget about. The development systems we have, they're predatory by nature, they're androcentric, and these systems place the populations in situation of vulnerability. And next, well, after a disaster, we say the community has to be resilient and rebuild. Moreover, the construction of this vulnerability is such, there is so much vulnerability that it's vulnerability itself that makes it impossible for resilience to appear. How can there be resilience if vulnerability was already much higher among certain groups before the disaster? And there are sentences we hear a lot in the recommendations of international organizations. They say we need to include women to make communities more resilient. But let's be careful because we're putting all the responsibility for rebuilding on the women. Resilience, if we include gender into resilience, well, then what do we see in the principles for recovery when sustainability of life and when we need to guarantee daily subsistence as something essential? Well, all these activities are in their majority conducted by women. What does this generate? It generates collective processes that re-signify what's being done. They generate collective processes in which very often men also participate, associated with tasks they usually don't perform. In our research, we've seen men conducting activities of care and protection, and this changes the gender relations. So if we combine resilience with collective action and with the possibility of building new meanings, significances, then we'll be rebuilding in better conditions of equality. Consequently, and to finalize, I want to point out some things that we see in the policies. We need more dialogue among the three actors, mechanisms of equality of the countries, mechanisms of risk management, and mechanisms of planning. Why? Because, well, in the field of gender studies, we see how the gender mechanisms in our countries, locally, regionally, and nationally, don't take into account this risk management, disaster risk management. You have spoken of the need to have a dialogue with the planning mechanisms, and that's precisely what should be done. Thank you very much, Anna. And now Lourdes. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alicia, for inviting us to this table. I will continue where Ana Gabriela left off. She summarized the key ideas of the importance of gender in risk management processes. I want to emphasize the key role of the different entities and instruments that exist for planning to really have the possibility of rebuilding better, of a better reconstruction. As was said at the previous roundtable, we have to reconstruct, guaranteeing that we're going to reduce risk, that we're not going to build new risks. That's a big challenge, really. As far as inclusion is concerned, inclusion of rights and of a gender approach, the logic is that risk management has to guarantee priority of life of all persons on all territories, urban, marginal, periphery, urban, rural, very remote, isolated communities. We have to guarantee life security of all people. In this sense, this analysis of the effects of the differentiated impacts among populations at risk, well, we all know that these differentiated impacts are linked to many elements. We have spoken of intersectionality. And here gender is very important. That's the key for all the populations we have on our territories. This is a first point, to call our attention on what the sense is of a vision. We should not forget the relationship between risk and development processes, and this is key because we are trying to manage to reduce risks, and at the same time we We are supposedly in processes of development of our society, so we should not forget that risk management should not lead to more risk. The development processes include different aspects. There are many different aspects, and this implies that public policies for risk management have to be connected to other public policies. Ana Gabriele said to combine gender with risk and climate change, and that's essential. But we need an integral, multi-sectoral, intersectoral, and binding process public policies, because without this vision, we can speak of a link between risk management and development. So our development agendas sometimes don't have consistency. There is a fund here, another fund there, but there is no possibility of integrating everything in a consistent development process. So within this panorama, I think that it's very important for the planning entities present here that the efforts to include a gender perspective in risk management has been going on for more than 20 years. For more than 20 years, we have produced studies, research papers, recommendations on different platforms at different world conferences in the United Nations, at global fora, everywhere. So material and tools we have. There are heaps of tools. Let's start with the Sendai framework. Doesn't have that much about gender, but it includes it. And afterwards, many other academic and other initiatives have emerged that specifically say what we have to do to guarantee a rights inclusive approach. And there is recommendation 37 of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. It includes risk management in a context of climate change and based on key principles that will guarantee equality, non-discrimination, participation, empowerment, to guarantee the rights to a life without violence, to health, to education, to work and protection in risky contexts. That's what it means. That is climate change, for instance. We do have mechanisms to generate public policies that allow us to have a risk management process of reconstruction that takes into account the gender perspective, and where I can guarantee that women and girls will have their rights guaranteed, and where moreover there will be a link with the development agenda, because Ana Gabriela spoke of development gaps and inequalities that have created debts for us. So these processes need to provide a space where the gaps can be taken care of and being closed. Violence, for instance, or what are the most important gaps for women in Latin America and the Caribbean? It's not property, no access to property or land or housing. Then the Ministry of Housing planifies reconstruction, a resettlement, but the deed doesn't have the name of the woman. It's the partner with whom the woman no longer lives who has his name on the deed. So the mechanisms for resettlement have to consider these particular situations.
And there are other considerations. Of course, we have the question of care and the major consideration that women have for care. And this is a key element when we have to do management of disaster and when we reconstruct. So we have to look at all of these concepts that are designed to help us. Framework concept to help us to get out of a situation, situations of resilience. We're going to ensure that women are supported. When we talk about care and resilience, this is an additional charge, an additional responsibility that falls on the shoulders of the women, and which prevents her from coming out of a condition of being overburdened. So all of these elements that have to be taken into account. The question of gender analysis, previous general analysis before the risk management, the use of disaggregated data, for example, disaggregated by gender. We have been asking for this for years, and of course, this is linked to the whole question of damage retaliated, and most sectors do not have gender disaggregated data. This is scandalous in the 21st century. We have to know whether they're men, women, what ages they were, etc. It's therefore necessary to have access to information. We have to respect the specific needs of women, and we have to allow the participation and use the knowledge of women's groups, as Gabriela was saying. These are the women who are in the position to communicate with us and give us information. Of course, especially, for example, jobs that are known to be the jobs traditionally done by women. We have to have information on that. Of course, a question of reproductive and sexual health. We have to bear these in mind. We have to measures to eliminate violence, gender-based violence. We have to look at the context of disasters. This violence continues in some cases, it even increases. But I wanted to end on a positive note, so that in the Dominican Republic, we already have the areas of progress in the context of the region. We do have various planning instruments that include the gender perspective, the gender aspect. Of course, we have updated plans that do have gender perspective. We have the nationally determined contribution, the NDC, that have a gender aspect. We have a plan for gender equality that also bears in mind the question of gender in climate change risks. We also have various proposals about how we can incorporate the gender considerations in planning instruments, not only national plans and local plans for the risk management. I just say and repeat that these instruments do exist, but it is extremely important that those who are responsible for planning of the institutions, who are responsible for bringing out these policies, should be aware of these and take them into account and use them and see whether or not we can make more progress in this agenda. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lourdes. So we'll go now hear from my colleague, Hector. Thank you so much for the invitation. I think that this idea of building back better is essential, especially in my case. I've worked on this in this last few years in Acapulco. I get up. We had Hurricane Otis that struck us at 5 o'clock in the morning. And it went from a tropical storm to a category 5 hurricane. So we have to look at how to rebuild, to build back better. And one idea that I just like to share with you is the idea that to build back better must also include the emotional and effects and the effect on people's affections and feelings. So we have to work on the question of mental health when we deal with risk management. We have to look at the efforts that we have made since 2015 in Acapulco. We have to understand also how we're dealing with disasters, what are the responses and the efforts for reconstruction. I would like to share with you two ideas today, two ideas that have come out of our research. And firstly, is dealing with the disaster is not only dealing with material damage, but also we have to see those processes whereby we will look at the emotions and how people are affected, emotions that are due to a loss, not only material loss, but also the loss of human life, and which continue to affect the day-to-day life of people, not only at the moment of the disaster, but long afterwards. What we have seen is that in disasters, people have varying experiences, and we can imagine that, for example, if there's a hurricane or an earthquake, people will not have the exact same experience. For example, if they're on the 10th floor or on the ground floor. So these experiences differ. So of course, there's a whole range of emotions that are, of course, the question of fear, suffering, of course, in case of human suffering, human loss of human life, and fear of the future. And all of this brings about anxiety, worry, and fear in people. And we can see what we can look at the reconstruction processes. Sometimes they're not ideal, for example. So we have to look at the effect on people's lives, how they work, and how all of these situations affect people. And the second idea is that these disasters do not have one beginning and end. For example, we look at the disasters. They're in a time of rupture, for example, in Acapulco, for example, or the situation that we had in 2013 with another hurricane. It's a question of this. Of course, Otis was more complicated than the other hurricane in 2012, but of course, this brings about a whole rupture. Disaster means a great change from what happened before and what happens before. So when we look at what happened in Acapulco, we can see that in the disaster, there can be floods. But for others, that will last okay. It may last 2 days for some people. What we have to, for other people, it could be a much more long-term process. What will happen? And there is a whole series of emotions that affect people in this process, especially the reconstruction process, especially when it is longer. Now, when we have seen various cases when people continue to bear the wounds of this for a very long time, especially with respect to what they suffered. And of course, this brings me the question once more of mental health. And this reinforces the case of mental health. So 3 decades ago, sometimes a hurricane or a disaster that may have happened in Acapulco, people continue to suffer the effects of this. They suffer from anxiety, a whole number of complications, exactly, especially when you have the rainy season comes for 30 or 40 years, they may suffer these consequences. So this research work that we have been carried out is in keeping with what we have seen in civil associations that work in Acapulco, and especially with respect to the associates that I work personally. They have realized that many people continue to experiment all different types of anxiety, and they suffered from different mental health issues, which have to do with hurricanes that have passed maybe 30 years ago. They have had no attention given to them for this mental health. So we have had a pilot project in Acapulco together with civil society at the university. We have worked on a therapy program. We are aware that we cannot have a therapeutic process as such because we do not have the capacity as psychologists, but we have tried to engender it's not a therapeutical psychology, but a therapeutic process rather, when we open possibilities for people to look at all of these elements that are linked to mental health. And I'd just like to share with you 3 key elements of this first pilot project. And I think that it may lead to some reflection on how the importance of the question of mental health. Firstly, we saw that there are no spaces or methodology that can help people who suffer from this type of psychological damage. We need to have tools, processes, and mechanisms when the disaster happens or shortly after disaster. But even if these exist, we do not have very long-term processes. So we need such to deal with the challenges of the mental health. Secondly, it is also necessary to have look at things, have a gender perspective, because men and women, children and adults have different experiences and suffer differently from the impact. And a very clear example of this is to think of the question of gender is not we have to look at the differences that exist. We have seen in the case of Acapulco, for example, that in the hurricane in 97 that we had, Pauline, the men who had to take out the bodies of the victims were particularly hard hit, and this created among the men specific effects because of questions of machismo and questions of how men should behave in a society. Men could not talk about this because they could not think about questions or talk about questions of fear, anxiety. And another element that I wanted to raise was that these mental health issues have to do with different types of violence, gender violence, of course, and violence in general in the society. And in conclusion, I would like from all of these experiments that we've had, as well as through the pilot project, I would like to share 3 ideas that I think that could be help as recommendations or guidelines if we want to talk about public policies. Firstly, we should be able to make visible the complications and implications on mental health of these disasters. We need to make them visible and well known. Secondly, we must have to incorporate the gender aspect, the gender perspective, because it is quite evident that how the effect of these disasters on the mental health of men, women, boys and girls is different, and we have to take account of these differences if we want to have public policies that are more adequate. These have to be taken into account. Thirdly, we have to promote projects and initiatives that deal with the psychological question in processes, not only during a disaster or immediately afterwards, but also over time in the long term, because we have seen that there is where there's an important opportunity for us to generate and we saw that in the discussion of the last panel, that we can generate processes of resilience that are far more inclusive. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Hector. So I now give the floor to Adriana to give us a final comment, and then the chairman could perhaps open the floor to delegates for their comments. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this panel. When we the question of disaster risk management, I'd like to start by stating that disasters are not natural. Threats are natural. Disasters are socioeconomic. And of course, this question has also an effect on the event as well as on the after effect. And this, of course, has to do with all of decision makers from the local, the regional, the governmental levels. And of course, this places a great pressure with respect to planning and policies, public policies. The Sendai framework, 4 priority objectives, and the 4 objectives have to do with improvement of preparedness, that is, and to have an adequate response, but also to build better, to have recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. I think our colleague from the UNDP talked about the Sendai framework and talked about an incident that happened in New York. We are behind in many points, and the recommendation is that the risk management and recovery should be used to fill the gap between sustainable development, humanitarian needs, and peace. We must have this in humanitarian activities. And of course, intervention goes far beyond the framework of emergencies, for example, the immediate emergency. And with this, with the creation of resilience, the long term is very important. If we can start the reconstruction process more quickly, we can reduce the impact of disasters. These systemic impacts that we see in a domino effect. And I think that the colleagues have talked about mental health, gender issues, and chronic and long-term effects, mental health effects. And of course, there is a question that I consider to be fundamental, and the other panel also mentioned, and the difficulty of recovery that has to do with processes of funding and financing. Government are fighting for funding for resources for recovery for different reasons. One of this is the lack of adequate funding for recovery. And one of the reasons for this is the lack of preparation. We need mechanisms for funding once and to have them in place once a disaster takes place. So we have been talking about many threats, different threats. And this is a point that is also important and to bear in mind in the planning process. We also have to have procedures for the rapid disbursement of funds once a disaster happens. We know that funding is a key pillar for reconstruction. We must have a framework for reconstruction so that a country, a city, or a department must have a process where the government, the private sector, all of the partners for sustainable development, and the civil society and the community can work together better and more effectively and more inclusively, with more greater inclusiveness. We must have integrated cooperation, and this will help us to have a better vision for recovery, and we must have strategies which should establish a priority. What are the priorities? What is needed, and in what order should these be carried out? We have to question of investment, risk management, and climate management and mitigation. We have the measures to fund the response and the recovery after disasters take place. We must have contingency funds for all the localities and communities and the countries. The insurance is also important in this. We also have to increase investment in resilience, risk prevention, and climate resilience, so that we can do away with the vicious cycle of disaster recovery. And in Latin America, especially, we have this cycle and this is very close to the whole question of social inequality and violence. It is always the poorest people who suffer most. Although this is changing a bit because climate change and disasters affect all of us, everyone. So there are disasters that affect regions with people with resources, with where there have been plans laid down, but which continue to be vulnerable to disasters. I would just like to talk about a debate that we're having in Brazil with respect to financing. Apart from the drought that we're having in the Amazon and the floods in the south of the country, in Paraná and other places, there are many cities that in a constant state of climate emergency. And it's legislation with respect for the disbursing of resources for disaster. So means that we need to have facilities. There are limitations. There are limitations that make it difficult to disperse these funds. So there is an extremely long and animated discussion at this point to see how we can create legal and financial mechanisms that will give priority to integrated, inclusive, and resilient reconstruction. A mechanism, a financial mechanism that will not only for response and to a crisis itself, but which should be used for building resilience. And this approach, that is, for the building of resilience, and must be a systemic approach that was mentioned in the previous roundtable so that we can generate the dividends of resilience. At the same time, there are aspects such as local identity, material, and intangible heritage of each community should be part of the systemic approach and planning. I think it was Colombia who mentioned something that it was important to recognize, that in the territory there is know-how and knowledge and information on the ground. And there are many aspects that have to be taken into account in building resilience. And it's for this reason it is fundamental that we have a systemic approach. And we have to consider some key points, some key issues, which is part of how we can work to deal with risk management. We need decisions on information. We need to ensure that the data that we have should be data that should be disaggregated, and it should give us real information on the people as to who are the people who are in a situation of vulnerability. We also need what are the losses. Not only we have to look at this question and the situation of the infrastructure. We must have. And just to conclude, I just wanted to recount an experience on the whole question of recovery in a city in the mountainous region. I think it was in 2012, there were a number of people who died, and after that, in Belém, there was another disaster, it was very similar. And 3 months later, we were asked to help in the planning process. And we had a 3-day workshop. We had people who had lost family members, children, etc. But they were there to contribute. And all of the secretariats from the department of that area, the mayor, and many people from the civil society groups were there. And it's very interesting because they started to talk about things that normally no one talked about in a workshop of that nature. So the point is that we have to look at the culture, we have to look at the intangible heritage of mankind. We have to see how people on the ground do things. What is the identity of the community? We have to see how we can support people who need psychological help. So I just wanted to end with this example to show you that there is a call, the call that was made in the Sendai meeting, in the Sendai framework, is to have humanitarian activity. It has to go hand in hand with planning and risk management, disaster risk management. Thank you so much. Thank you, Adriana. I give the floor now to the chairman. Thank you so much, Alicia. I now open the floor for those delegations who would like to make comments or ask questions of this panel, the second round table. You have the floor. I just take the opportunity to do this. I just like to say personally that it's very important for the Dominican Republic. What we're trying to do currently is to implement cross-cutting policy. Cross-cutting policies, our team is helping with the toolbox of these cross-cutting policies, and what we're trying to do is to evaluate the work of these institutions involved in risk management. We have risk, we have gender, environmental sustainability, and the territorial approach. All of these are the approaches that we're using, and we will also look at the a quality map, which will be carried out by the Ministry of Public Administration, and then we'll have the process of coordination, how we can coordinate the planning administration, public administration, how we can work together with the Ministry of the Environment, of the entities working in favor of women and others. So also looking how the risk management and all territorial planning, all of these entities can work together in coordination. Now, I have Jamaica asking to take the floor at this point. I give the floor to our friend Wayne, followed by Panama. Panama first? Okay.
I'll defer. Panama was first.
Entonces, por favor, Panamá.
So, Panama, please go ahead. Well, what I'm going to say may seem a bit silly to you, but I'm saying it based on the experience that I have in management of a disaster situation in Managua and in Fifi in Honduras. Could you come closer to the interpreters, please, so that the interpretation can work? Yes, as I was saying, what I'm going to say may seem a bit silly, but I'm basing it on my experience, my lived experience in the management of the destruction of Managua by Hurricane Fifi and an earthquake in Guatemala, etc., and others. So we've talked about a lot about people, but the fact is that in this type of situation, where families are affected, there are a number of components that during the process of aiding and assisting, we can encounter difficulty, and that is the difficulty is pets, domestic animals, that in a plan we have to consider pets, domestic animals, because of this psychological effect. We have to note that the situation are in a situation of disaster want to be closer to their pets, to their beloved pets. And this is a comment that I wanted to make because it might seem very silly, but we have to take this into account. Well, this becomes a headache when we have to be dealing with this on the ground. Also, it is very important. We have had brilliant exposés of the two items, the idea of going and approaching associations of engineers and architects. That is important because very often they have their regulations when their experience, they could enrich the norms that could be used to help for reconstruction. And you are well aware that in our countries, flexibility is very important and serves many purposes. So it is important that norms for situations or areas where a disaster take place, all of these norms must have these standards. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Panamá, ahora le pasamos la palabra a Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the panelists for informative presentations. I wanted to ask a question. Our jurisdictions would typically have fairly robust disaster risk policies and strategies, frameworks in place. But with the occasion of the COVID-19 pandemic, we would have had a number of learnings that despite having a robust framework, we had some challenges. So we have a disaster in Jamaica, we have a disaster risk management council chaired by the Prime Minister with some 7 committees. I chair the recovery planning committee. We found in COVID, a lot of times our disasters are more discrete, right? Episodes, events. With a pandemic that lasted over 2 years, we had some challenge where the Planning Institute my agency would do loss assessments. We had capacity support from ECLAC, from ILPES, with that post-disaster methodology. But then when we were trying to, in an ongoing pandemic, we were taking, say, the first 6 months, just to give the government, just to inform the government as to the nature, the type, some of the losses. Some of our own team members, as part of that damage and loss team, were falling ill. So the capacity issue became a big issue. We couldn't come together, so we had to use the technology. We couldn't go out and examine things on the ground. So I just wanted to hear from the members of the panel, what, if any, are some of the learnings that would have informed your disaster frameworks in terms of reconstruction, in terms of disaster risk management coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Muchas gracias, Wayne.
Thank you, Wayne. We listen to Honduras and then the answers by the members of the panel. Yes, I have a comment on the cross-cutting aspect of gender issues. I think that the different members of the panel have made good contributions, but the word of cross-cutting in Spanish, it's a term that kind of shocks me. For instance, how many women benefit from a policy, from a project? I think that the gender perspective is about changing the material conditions of women's lives, and that's why we have to speak of class interests, of the accumulation of capital, which is much more than just saying that something has to be cross-cutting. Let's speak of land tenure, for instance. In Latin America, land ownership is a theme of class interest, because some have accumulated absurdly fast so much land while others don't have any. The issue of deeds, of land tenure affects women more in the patriarchal system. Of course, men have more access to land, but let's not forget that big capital accumulates wealth. We should speak of agrarian reform, but with a fair distribution between men and women of land, without forgetting that women also need access to land. As to the loans for social housing and for the building of social housing, you have to make a difference between loans for women heads of household or women who are heads of household by themselves. The president of Honduras has approved loans for social housing, and at our secretariat we've been analyzing how many women are benefiting of this service, and the majority of are women, the majority of those who have access to housing. But we haven't made a differentiation yet between the fees paid by women or by men, or of the opportunities of men versus women, if they have the same income, for instance. But a single mother with 4 or 5 children won't have the same responsibility as a man. So when we speak of gender and of cross-cutting aspects, we should not forget social class instead of only focusing on cross-cutting aspects. Yes, for the answers of the panel, I'm going to answer with a few of our ideas I have after listening, and I start with responding to Honduras. Excuse me, I hadn't seen the hand raised by Venezuela first. Thank you. I'll try and be very brief. First, to thank our panelists to work so rigorously on a theme that in a context of climate change is essential for all of us. And I agree that it's the consequence of a predatory, unsustainable system that creates inequality between countries. We have to face consequences of things that are not necessarily of our responsibility. So first we have to make visible the inequalities and then try and transform the model. That's the first task. But at the same time, we need to work on the consequences, and their solidarity and cooperation among our countries is essential to strengthen forecasting, and we have also to go beyond the material aspects and adopt intersectional aspects. And I want to share an experience we've had in Venezuela and that can contribute to this discussion. First, the building of community risk maps. As already said, the popular and participation organizations work on the basis of these maps. And this has to do with identifying the risk areas, the kind of risks that occur, like landslides, for instance. But we also have to identify the people who live there, and at the moment of an emergency, who are the ones who have most difficulties, people with disabilities, the elderly. And this is essential because besides generating awareness of the risks, one part of the process is that together with our local authorities of civil protection, once a risk is identified, protocols for action are established for the different emergencies. This has to be preceded by a process of awareness making and empowerment. It's not the community's fault. It's not their fault. They're not responsible for this, but they have to participate in the identification of the most vulnerable groups. And as the colleague from Panama said, we even have to identify the pets. In the second place, there is another form of organization since 2012 in our country. It's called the Assemblies of Housing. When there is a group at risk or who have material deficiencies, they come together to try and relocate these persons, and how housing will be attributed to that kind of community. It's a very complex problem, but we've had some very successful experiences. The point is not only to negotiate the relocation of a community and solve the housing problem, but it's also a process that guarantees that the social tissue is not destroyed with a network of support and of care, so that the social organization is maintained and accompanies the process, sometimes by building themselves, rebuilding themselves. And this gives positive results. That is how to manage a process, for instance, when an entire community has to be relocated. All right, and now let me point to different presentations made, and particularly the one by Honduras. To work on cross-cutting trends entails a risk, of course. Sometimes to use the term cross-cutting means that everything has to be cross-cut and everything is diluted and one doesn't pay attention on what really should be solved. But at the same time, we shouldn't only think of material equality, as we were saying, and the panelist of UNDDR said so. There is a material heritage and a symbolic heritage, and in this sense, the concept of autonomies mentioned by ECLAC, well, we need economic equality, but you need material, physical, and social equality, and an interrelationship among these different kinds of equalities. The theme of land tenure is key. Obviously, there is brutal inequality in the whole world, especially on our continent. But taking into account some examples we've heard here, if there is a house that no longer exists, and if the housing policy gives me a house, if in the past I was an owner, but in the past I was married and the house belonged to my husband, and now I'm no longer married, what am I going to do now? These are very practical questions. The theme of pets obviously is a factor that intervenes quite a lot in mental health, but also in some cases, these animals in China, for instance, they provide food. We're speaking of contexts where the clock marks the hour zero again. Those families, the family that was able to save a few chickens, well, it's not only, it's also a matter of food. And there's the whole problem of the shelters. It's a real headache to take care of animals in shelters. As to experiences drawn from COVID during this health episode marked a before and after. There are similarities in what happened during the pandemic, and ECLAC has published about the increase in gender gaps because of the pandemic. Women had to work double and triple. Moreover, at home, they had to continue to work, to do a lot of things through virtual connections. A teacher, for instance, teaching with their children and other people they had to take care of behind them, all around them. And in an entirely different context, we have academic production. While male academics during the pandemic increased their scientific production, women academics had to reduce hours. This is just an example. It has maybe nothing to do with other inequalities. The local risk maps. Those local risk maps need to include a gender perspective, not only because of those who are living through the disaster or those who are affected by a threat, but also what are the resources of that community. In Uruguay, we were saying this at a department, the Department of Canelones. They were drawing up a map through participatory approach. And I asked, where are these services to take care of violence? Well, we had health, we had the Women's Institute. In the different communities, what resources are there? We have sufficient evidence that violence against women will increase during the pandemic. So what are the public organizations, the security agencies? We know where the fire departments and police are, but we also need to know where the health services are, the service to take care of violence against women. And lastly, this theme is so complex, and with Hector and Lourdes, we were saying this earlier. We are faced with a theme that's eminently international and where the organizations of the nation states not always have a response, that the floods in Brazil affect Uruguay and that the Uruguay River floods, well, it's an international theme. It's also a national theme in terms of public policy, and you have to work on it locally also with the knowledge what the communities know. So there is a permanent tension between the international, national, and local levels. They have to be present in all our actions of public policies.
Sí, bueno, yo quería, estaba buscando para responder a Jamaica.
To respond to Jamaica, to Jamaica's question on whether we have existing strategies post-COVID. As we know, one of the things, and I think Ana Gabriela said it, one of the things that COVID taught us very clearly is that the gender gaps, also in other areas in education. The existing gender gaps widened. Poor women were already among the poorest and they're poorer after COVID. Also, gender-based violence and domestic violence worsened after COVID. And the theme of care, the burden of care. The Dominican Republic has implemented a program. It's called to implement a national care system, care communities It was a pilot program that had mechanisms to connect women's entering the labor market with a care system, that is to create care communities where women could leave their relatives, the relatives they have to take care of, so that they can more easily enter the labor market. That's a strategy that the Dominican Republic developed after COVID. And I'd like to make a short comment on what the colleague of Honduras said, that is, the fact, well, it's the big paradox, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? To improve the equality conditions of women or to change the whole system? Well, both things have to go together. Ana Gabriela said it already. And sometimes when you try to cross-cut one aspect everywhere, everything is diluted. It's not enough to add the term gender to make gender issues cross-cutting. That doesn't mean you're including gender in all aspects of society. Well, inequalities against women exist because that's how history has created our societies. It's not easy to negotiate on what should come first and what should come next. The history of the region makes us understand that we have to advance step by step within the frameworks that exist. And one of those steps is to make headway in gender equality. And as far as risk situations, well, there we should include new approaches and connect with policies in order to, while I reduce a risk, at the same time, I reduce the inequalities. That would be a valid step forward. Yes, thank you. Well, first, to respond to Jamaica and post-COVID situation, with hindsight, COVID taught us many lessons of governance. The countries wanted to have good governance. Those that had good governance had less negative consequences during COVID. And this is closely linked to another lesson, which is that we have to reconstruct better, rebuild better in our communities, at all levels of government. It's important to well-organized governance of the country. Something else, a better reconstruction is also facilitated when public expenditures have been planned beforehand. Planning has to be done over the long term and has to include climate change. This is not always possible because often public expenditures are based on the least cost. The warming up of the earth, for instance, and climate change are actions that occur over the longer term. And so we have to think of reconstruction over the longer term also. How can we include the post-COVID lessons learned into our public policies? For that is absolutely necessary if we really want to plan well reconstruction. Regarding COVID, also thinking of psychological and mental health, that there's a challenge there. Three aspects. First, human losses suffered by many families. To date, at least in Mexico, we don't know what the repercussions have been on the cohesion of the communities because of that sudden and fast loss of both elderly and younger people. And the impact, the psychological impact of the loss of means of life also. And third, the long COVID, because some people are still suffering physically and it has an impact on their mental health, on their health in general, and the collective development of their communities. And speaking of pets, yesterday I received a note about Acapulco after the Otis hurricane. 2 million trees fell, which means that there is a 95% of loss of forest in the Acapulco and Coyuca area. So this affects the way of life of peasants who lived off the forest, and this has emotional effects also on people whose way of life was linked to the forests, to everything that was now lost. And let's not speak of all the animals that were lost and the fauna, the wildlife. Thank you very much, Alicia, for moderating, Elena, and all the members of these two roundtables. We herewith finalize today's work at the 18th meeting of heads of state, of ministers, of planning of Latin America and the Caribbean. We started with a document on foresight by ECLAC. We listened to Ecuador. We had a first panel that discussed the document and how planning has to look forward, both for short, medium, and long term. We finished the afternoon speaking of youth. Yesterday we had two panels on youth to include young people with their voice and in public policies. And then today we spoke about territories. This morning, how development policies, well, first digital transformation this morning and digitalization, how to respond to what new generations want from their governments: better public services, less bureaucracy, more efficacy, more efficiency, more dedicated to the people. Next, we spoke of territories, how public policies have to take on board territories. You can't design public policies from your desk only. And then we finalized the day with reconstruction and recovery for a better life. We still have a lot of work to do in planning, in cross-cutting, in planning, in public policies administration. I think this is an excellent way of finalizing today's work. Tomorrow at the 19th meeting of ILPES will be a closed session only open to delegations. It will start at 9 a.m. in this same room. We haven't paused for the coffee break. Well, the coffee break, or rather coffee end, is waiting for you at the exit for the room. We thank all participants and we see you tomorrow at the closed session.